Marta, Recording in progress.
Honorable delegates, can we take this moment and observe a moment of silence, meditation, or prayer? Thank you very much. Be seated. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103. I therefore request all members to observe the rules of the House. I have been informed that there will be no notices or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first and second order of the order paper. The policy debate on budget vote 13, public works and infrastructure, as well as policy debate on budget vote 33, human settlement. I would like to request Honorable Macpherson, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, followed by Honorable Kubai, Minister of Human Settlement, to open the debate. Honorable Macpherson.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and what a great pleasure and honor it is to be in the NCOP today, the first time that I've been on the floor of the NCOP and not observing from the gallery. Let me welcome the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Honourable Zigalala, the Minister of Human Settlements, the Honourable Kubai, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honourable Rikus Badenhorst, honourable members of the National Council of Provinces, the Director General for Public Works and Infrastructure, and all members. Today we meet just 6 days after President Cyril Ramaphosa opened the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, where he emphasized that the government of national unity must plan to unleash a wave of infrastructure investment in South Africa. We as the department are ready to play our role in doing so and to give concrete meaning to the President's vision when he said, "From our largest metros to our deepest rural areas, we have a clear intention to turn our country into a construction site. As roads, bridges, houses, schools, hospitals and clinics are built, also as broadband fiber is laid and new power lines are installed." I appeal to each and every one of you to join myself and the department in this journey as we work to turn South Africa into a construction site to improve the lives of all who live here. We are delighted with the magnificent and positive response we are receiving from our partners in the built environment industry and stakeholders as we embark on this path of rebuilding South Africa and to facilitate the resurgence of our economy through infrastructure-led development. We must become obsessed with infrastructure-led growth that will create jobs throughout our country. House Chairperson, we duly recognize the fact that we cannot stand alone in pursuing this vision of growing our economy through infrastructure development. Provinces and municipalities will be the pivot upon which this infrastructure revolution evolves. This is an ambitious undertaking that will require an all-hands-on-deck approach, especially from our provinces and local government representatives. This is why I plan to work with local government and provinces to develop and coordinate a coordinated approach to infrastructure development throughout the country. In my capacity as Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, I'm committed to ensuring the department is transparent so that we build public trust that holds us accountable to deliver. This undertaking will be a guiding light in every decision we make. As the Minister responsible for the department, I want to bring a new hope to our country that will see our department playing a leading role in growing an inclusive South African economy through infrastructure growth. One where infrastructure development becomes a top priority by putting in place measures that will increase the ratio of gross fixed capital formation as reference to GDP from 14% to 30%. We will work tirelessly to rebuild and build new public-private partnerships to roll out energy, communication, infrastructure, water, and transport infrastructure. We will be amplifying the Sustainable Development Goals and use them as an impact to leverage private sector investment through procurement. We must make sure that we get more value for our money when the state procures goods and services that actually benefit local communities and not just a select few. And we must ramp up maintenance and utilization of the state asset portfolio. We're also going to work hard to reposition the portfolio to assume its role as a strategic catalyst for job creation and poverty alleviation. And we will do so by building a professional, capable, and ethical department that creates the conditions for enterprises to flourish. We're also going to build a new culture that's based on excellence, transparency, and succession planning throughout the department. And this will be evidence-backed by research to ensure that we make the very best decisions possible. We're going to eliminate red tape and support the growth of small businesses. We want to desperately invest in new research, technology, and innovation to improve business systems and project management. And we will work to develop an appropriate skills pipeline that will meet the demands of the ever-building South African built environment. And we will be relentless in rooting out corruption, criminality, and sabotage in the construction sector. We want to call on all South Africans and stakeholders in the construction and property sectors to join us to build South Africa together by turning it into a construction site. And we intend to add urgency to the pace of infrastructure delivery by innovating and inviting new ideas to achieve what needs to be done. The success of our country lies in us working together, using our collective strength to build a country that we are all shareholders of. And we will be embarking on a new path to build these partnerships with stakeholders, with the private sector, with business, to find and get behind new bankable infrastructure projects. House Chair, with relentless determination, we intend to get more cranes in our skyline by creating an enabling environment for the private sector to invest in. In turning South Africa into a construction site, we must address the challenges that impede the implementation of the goals, which include disruption and hijacking of construction sites, projects not being completed on time and within its budget, corruption and poor project management, construction industry safety standards not being adhered to, and strengthening the professionalism of our department. Honourable members, infrastructure serves as the foundation of our nation's economy by providing the necessary physical and social systems for sustained growth and development. Through infrastructure networks, we can improve productivity, attract investment, and enhance the overall well-being of every person who calls this country home. Transformation and jobs can only come from economic growth, and that is why we must support every entity that can help us achieve this target. They are not mutually exclusive. In this regard, Infrastructure South Africa is expected to lead in creating a conducive environment for increased private sector investments. ISA will receive extra special attention from myself, as it is a special purpose vehicle that will focus on ensuring that we have well-packaged projects that are financially viable, that are catalytic in nature, and are delivered on time with all stakeholders meeting their commitments. I'm absolutely committed to see ESA become the focal point of infrastructure planning in our country. We can no longer afford a fragmented approach to infrastructure delivery, which has only delivered indifferent results over time. And to this end, I've engaged the President and Cabinet for ESA to play a bigger role, as well as highlighting the need to broaden our funding models for infrastructure development. I will be having further meetings with both the Minister of Finance and Treasury very soon to look at how better we can work together. House Chairperson, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is the biggest landlord in South Africa. However, there's no accurate picture on what we own as a department. We've committed ourselves to ensuring in the medium term we will develop a comprehensive asset register for the government and the owners of these assets, the people of our country, and we will make it public in the interests of transparency. We've pledged to address the mismanagement and underutilization of government assets. There's an urgent need to establish a systematic approach to asset management through a credible and integrated register. Such a register will aid us in making informed decisions regarding asset lifecycle management, from acquisition to maintenance, to either repurposing or disposing of assets via lease or sale. We must be in a position to track all of our assets to prevent loss or theft and maintain compliance with financial reporting standards. As I've said publicly, House Chairperson, we must ensure that our public assets are used for public good, and this is a non-negotiable going forward. The total value of our properties under the custodianship of our department is estimated to be 154 billion rand. We need to ensure this value is correct so that we can leverage state assets to fund maintenance and building projects. Research has been initiated with a view to commence survey and registration of identified unalienated land, including islands in the rest of the country, with the assistance of the Chief Surveyor General. And this will include the department paying its rates and taxes that it owes to municipalities in terms of the Municipal Properties Rates Act. The department has successfully vested over 25,000 properties against its target of 27,300, translating into a 92% progress in vesting. We plan to vest a further 420 properties in this financial year, but we must speed up the completion of the vesting project to ensure it is completed in the shortest possible time. House Chairperson, the leasing portfolio has grown significantly in the past due to a lack of available suitable government properties. User departments have increasingly opted for leased properties, leading to a budget exceeding 5 billion rand in leases per year. This is unsustainable, and the department's goal is to reduce the department's leasing portfolio. I want to see government departments leasing government buildings in CBDs, not just those in upmarket areas with sea views. We must use our buildings to lead inner city regeneration. And it's against this backdrop that we have made a call for the prioritization of available state properties for the accommodation of officers and accommodation for government departments. Similarly, I want to work with the public to ensure that we are able to identify buildings and land that are a threat to public health and safety. This will allow us to either intervene or look to partners in other spheres of government who may want to take this asset over for public good uses. And I know the Minister of Human Settlements is desperate to see me about accessing some land for her, and we will rightly be giving it over to them in due course. The department has developed a property optimization strategy, which has been approved by the 6th administration, and we will seek to take this forward as a viable and efficient vehicle to deliver a comprehensive value creation through state immovable asset portfolios. Furthermore, it seeks to attract direct private sector investment in our portfolio at a projected 10 billion rand during the 7th administration. And we will look at the commercialization of our spaces, which include advertising, parking, and conferencing facilities. In addition, there will be a greater focused approach on itemized billing through the user charge model, disposal of obsolete assets and lease of assets utilized by the state. This will allow us to generate much needed revenue for our department. We will also continue to renegotiate high rental rates with those remaining leased properties to achieve more favorable terms over the medium and long term. House Chair, the department will strengthen social facilitation and improve communication with stakeholders and communities on infrastructure projects. These are important for managing community expectations and for community buy-in. Equally, the department will work closely with law enforcement to bring an end to work stoppages or disruptions at construction sites. I want to be very clear on this point. Anyone who seeks to hold back infrastructure projects must be treated as an enemy of the state. There is no room for negotiations or delays to our projects any further. House Chairperson, it's unthinkable that in 2024, we still have pit toilets in our schools. This remains a risk to the lives of our children, and I cannot in good consciousness allow this danger to continue without urgent intervention. In this regard, I've engaged the Minister of Basic Education, the Honourable Siviwe Kwahrube, and we've agreed in principle that we need to collectively declare a war on pit toilets. We stand ready to support and work together with the Department of Basic Education to eradicate them. We will be meeting with Treasury and MECs in Public Works and Education on how these toilets will be eradicated from our schools once and for all. It is unacceptable that funds are returned to Treasury by provinces that have been allocated for the eradication of pit toilets. House Chairperson, we will continue implementing measures to detect, prevent, and prosecute corruption in our department. In 2023, the department completed phase 1 of its lifestyle audits into senior management with the assistance of the SIU. 48 senior managers completed the exercise, and the outcomes have been shared with them. Most managers have been found to be low risk. In 2024, I've requested the Director General to initiate phase 2 of the assessment, focusing on high-risk areas within the department, with around 380 officials being involved in this phase, which is projected to span over 24 months and sooner if possible. The SIU is assisting us in this effort, and these audits are essential management tools to prevent fraud and corruption in the public service. House Chairperson, our budget vote allocation over the medium-term expenditure framework is 23.8 billion rand, with 7.6 billion rand being budgeted for the next financial year. The focus of this budget is then this amount of 7.6 billion rand. The budget will be spent towards creating work opportunities by leading and coordinating the EPWP program, by providing policy and sector oversight, building state capacity to facilitate skills development and strengthen the skills pipeline, and providing direct support to sponsors of priority public infrastructure projects. These areas of focus contribute towards the realization of the NDP's vision of facilitating job creation and improving public infrastructure, specifically Priority 3, as well as building a capable and ethical state. The EPWP program has a total budget of 2.2 billion rand in the financial year, which unfortunately has received a 700 million rand cut. The decrease in this budget was due to the baseline reduction implemented under the Transfer for Provinces, Municipalities and Non-State Sector Program. The baseline cut has resulted in the review of work opportunities to be created over the medium term. However, House Chairperson, I think it's time that we start to consider what a reimagined EPWP program looks like that is skills outcome based and which leads to South Africans climbing up the opportunity ladder rather than being stuck in the program for years on end. House Chairperson, it must be noted that the 56,414 state properties are currently occupied by government departments at an average 26 rand per square meter, while more than 2,000 privately owned properties are occupied by government departments at an average of 120 rand per square meter. Therefore, there's a funding shortfall of 7 billion rand for the property management trading entity to provide suitable accommodation to government departments. The entity will focus on developing precincts to support efficiency and integrated government planning by grouping departments that provide similar services to make service delivery more efficient. Also, House Chairperson, this morning I met with the DG and officials, and we will look to implement the earlier cabinet decision to make the PMTE a standalone property entity that can then assess what it will do with its assets going forward. House Chairperson, in terms of monies owed to our department, that total amount for invoiced financial services is now 20 billion rand, of which 16.7 billion rand has been recovered from client departments. As some user departments do not pay invoices issued, it affects our ability to provide quality services and settle invoices. The department has been engaging National Treasury and affected departments to improve debt collection. And as the executive authority, I'll be engaging affected ministers of offending departments to ensure that they pay us what is rightfully ours, or else we may have to consider other options which may not be to everyone's liking. Furthermore, we'll be engaging the Auditor General of South Africa to request that departments that don't pay us have audit disclaimers made against them. House Chairperson, this strategic framework and budget policy before you lays the foundation for the 7th administration under the Government of National Unity to build a South Africa that we are all proud of and one which is a construction site. We commit to work and use the mandate of the department to deliver the South Africa of our dreams. We must be the generation that builds this country, and we cannot do it alone. That is why I'll be looking to establish a number of stakeholder forums and advisory committees to my office, which will allow South Africans to share their ideas on how we can use public assets for public good. I look forward to your continued guided and wise counsel as the NCOP. Let's build South Africa together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now call upon Honorable Minister for Human Settlement.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. Let me acknowledge the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable McPherson, Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Sigalala, MECs of Human Settlements present, and those who have joined us virtually, Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Kaunda, members of the National Council of Provinces and delegates, Director General of the Human Settlements who have joined us in the gallery, Dr. Mwemi, and all the DDGs. Good afternoon, honorable members. Building communities in which families thrive economically, enjoy safety and comfort, and are able to create social bonds that enable them to raise children is central to the work that we do in human settlements. It is for this reason that our policy, with the benefit of practice and experience, shifted away from the provision of houses to creating sustainable human settlements. In this regard, we echo the words of one of the African continental liberation giants, President Julius Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania, who said, I quote, "A house should not be built so close to another that a chicken from one can lay an egg in the neighbor's house, nor should it be so far away that a child cannot shout to the yard of his neighbor," unquote. The past 30 years have taught our sector several lessons about what should be done and what should not be done in creating sustainable human settlements. For example, we have learned that uprooting people from a place where they have lived for a long period of time to a new settlement, in most cases where they are not able to find work, is not working. Human beings are social beings, And it is only in a place where they have social bonds with people, they know and trust that they can settle in peace. I say this to make the point that we will utilize the lessons we have learned in the past 30 years to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the human settlement delivery system. The improvement of human settlements delivery system will require us to look closely at the factors internal to the system and the factors that are within our control. This includes improved capacity, both people and systems, in the department and its entities, functional intergovernmental collaboration, effective grant and funding framework, and increasing the footprint technologically, innovation in the sector so that we are able to reach everyone. The demand market will continue to change, and only digital systems will help us to understand its evolution so that we can reorganize the supply market to be responsive to the demand. Hence, digitization of our system is our foremost priority in the 7th administration, so that citizens transparently can see where they are in the queue of being waiting to be beneficiaries of PNG houses and all other services. Honorable members, due to the sluggish economic performance of our fiscus and the constraints that had led to budget cuts in the sector, we are experiencing 14 billion rands cut in the next 3 years. This means we are having to learn to do more with less, but more importantly, find partners that can help us deliver on our mandate. For the financial year 2024-25, we have a total budget of 33.1 billion, of which 96% of the which is 31.6 billion, is allocated to transfer payments. Transfer payments consist of conditional grants allocation, 30.1 billion, transfers to entities as well, which the transfers to entities, is amounting to 1.5 billion. And other transfers make up about 10 million. The Emergency Housing Fund budget is sitting at the beginning of the financial year, which is 496.7 million, constituting 1% of our budget. And I must say, with the disasters that we have been experiencing, this is proving to be not sufficient. Furthermore, we have allocated 4.5 billion towards the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant and 8.7 billion to Urban Settlement Development Grants for the metros. And for the provinces, on Human Settlement Development Grant, it's 13.7 billion. And also for the provinces, in terms of our Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, is the total of 3.3 billion. To ensure that we fast track service delivery, but we will have to ensure that there is value for money, but we utilize the money correctly, and there is spending across. Our priorities, as we have outlined previously, in terms of the MTSF that is coming to an end 2019-2024, because this budget falls within that, and we will come back, House Council Chairperson, to present our MTDP priorities later once the President has approved for the entirety of government. As we conclude this administration, the previous administration, but the financial year, our priorities have been outlined as upgrading of informal settlements, eradication of mud houses, increased delivery of affordable housing through first home financing, provision of rental stock through social housing, acquisition of well-located land for human settlements development, but more importantly, utilizing state land effectively for us to be able to deliver on our programs. Ensuring that we implement several catalytic human settlement projects, but most importantly as well, ensuring that we provide title deeds as part of security of tenure for families. Honorable members, it is not an exaggeration to point out that the dysfunctionality of governance at local government level has undermined service delivery and performance of our sector. In addition to the delays in planning processes, the unstable coalition arrangements at municipal level have crippled the provision of bulk infrastructure and delivery of housing and human settlements. The surest way to increase the footprint of private and public participation is by improving governance and capacity at local government level. We will work closely with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to improve local government performance and utilize the district development model to ensure that there is alignment of planning in the three spheres of government. We will prioritize rezoning of land and the development of integrated implementation programs for priority development areas. We can only be able to do more when we work together. Honorable members, in the previous financial year, 2023-24, we committed to providing affordable houses and service sites. We managed to deliver 19,979 sites across the country, with Eastern Cape being the highest with 5,533. Regarding the breaking new ground, what we call normally RDP houses, we delivered in the last financial year 42,771 units, and with KZN having delivered 10,724. For the current financial year, 2024-2025, our target is to deliver less because of the budget cuts. We will deliver 20,925 top structures, these are PNGs, and 35,335 service sites to enable and encourage beneficiaries to build houses for themselves, because many of them, even during presidential imbizo, did highlight the importance of this service as government to be provided. Eastern Cape, Gauteng, followed by Mpumalanga, will deliver 6,624, 5,472, and 3,149 service sites respectively in this financial year. In terms of top structures, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, followed by Gauteng, will deliver 7,516, 6,654, 5,923, respectively, with Limpopo not far behind them, delivering 5,069 units. On rental housing program, in the past year, the sector committed to deliver 3,200 social housing units, and we were able to deliver 3,066 social housing units, which is 96% of our target. And this has been done across because of the pipeline that we see in Shra. Working with the department and the Shra and Western Cape province, we were able to gazette restructuring zones within the city of Cape Town and Swartland municipalities in a bid to increase more affordable rental opportunities within those areas. This week, we will be approving the KwaZulu-Natal one, which has been finalized. We are currently processing requests to declare additional risk structuring zones. We've got, as I say, KwaZulu-Natal is done. We will be signing off this week and gazetting. Eastern Cape in the pipeline, especially in terms of the following municipalities: Buffalo City, Intsikayetu, Enoch Mgijimi, Mzimvubu, and Kwadukuza. We are also engaged with several municipalities in Limpopo and in Mfuleni in Gauteng to ensure that we can do the restructuring and deliver social housing within the restructured zones as part of our integrated development plans, and also allow for more social housing as the need increases. On the unblocking of blocked projects, honorable members, during the last budget vote, we made an undertaking to prioritize projects that were blocked. I am happy to reveal today that out of the 3,445 projects that were reported by provinces as blocked, we have managed to unblock and complete 3,150 of those houses. We will continue to prioritize such projects over the next few months so that we can be able to see more delivery and actually ensuring that people are having the keys in their hands for those who are waiting for BNG or RDP houses. We continue within this financial year with Free State and Northwest leading, respectively, with 41 projects and 30 projects, respectively. Free State will have 41 and Northwest will have 30 projects. Members of the Select Committee will remember, I reflect this in the committee, that these are the two provinces in terms of the delay on unblocking projects. So we are moving and we have included them. And that will yield 1,505 units as we welcome and making sure that the beneficiaries gets their services. On informal settlements, We will continue to ensure that we upgrade the informal settlements, but conversations now have intensified with municipalities and provinces, especially addressing the issues around Category C informal settlements. These are informal settlements that are sitting where people are sitting in danger areas, whether in flood lines or on the river banks or below high voltage electricity. We have agreed that we can't continue to be shocked when people are drowning. We can't continue to be shocked when people die, or we see these things and behave like we are storm chasers. We've got to respond positively and aggressively and decisively. We have given instruction to all municipalities that if they do not respond in ensuring that we relocate those who are in danger, their business plans will not be signed. This morning, we had engagement with the City of Johannesburg and the City of Cape Town because their business plans remains unsigned as these areas have not been addressed. The informal settlements upgrading grant total of 265 million has been allocated for 13 projects for both metros and provinces. We are prioritizing as well reblocking. We've seen the fires that rages in our communities, and we are saying this can be stopped when we actually, in the informal settlements, implement reblocking and ensure that when one shack catches fire, it doesn't move into the next. This is one of the areas that have been insisted in the business plans for this financial year. Honorable members, as we move to removal of asbestos roofs, you'd remember this is one of the areas that have been a thorny issue in our communities because of its implication on health. The status of the removal of asbestos roof from housing units in Umlazi and KwaMashu Township is a serious concern for us. There are 13,389 units with asbestos roofs in Umlazi. To date, 1,045 units have been refurbished. KwaMashu Township has 4,293 units with asbestos roofs. To date, 1,163 of those units have been refurbished. Accordingly, the province have undertaken 7 projects totaling to 81.5 million during this financial year to be able to do and conclude this work. We have emphasized again in terms of the Free State that we will ensure that this continues. In the last financial year, the Free State has allocated money to be able to conclude that work as well. And as you know, part of our work is to recover for the loss of money, and we are happy with the progress of case in the court in relation to the asbestos matter. On eradication of mud houses, honorable members, we have agreed that this is also a priority, and 7 provinces have played a vital role in ensuring that the mud houses are eradicated. And in the last financial year, we managed to eradicate 30,618 mud houses. This is testament that if we put our shoulders to the wheel, nothing is impossible to achieve. During this financial year, we plan to implement 670 projects across the country with a total budget of 2.5 billion to be able to eradicate mud houses. The priority in this will be in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, both which are prone to frequent natural disasters, and we are planning to eradicate in KwaZulu-Natal, in Eastern Cape, 3,222, and in KwaZulu-Natal, 5,525 mud houses. Honorable members, as I conclude, as the Human Settlements Department, we undertake that there is nothing as deeply personal as the house in which one lives in, but more importantly, the society that the person lives in. A house is a space in which people begin the journey of building their lives to become productive members of society. The provision of human settlements, sustainable human settlements, can be sustained and can be an area that we contribute to a better society when we substantially alter the social and economic outcomes of our communities for the better. We will ensure that where people stay, there's houses, there's water, there's electricity, there's sanitation, there's roads, but there's schools, there's clinics for them to be able to access services, but more importantly, closer to economic opportunities. Tata Madiba made this observation 29 years ago in his closing address at the UN Habitat Africa Housing Ministers Conference in Kempton Park when he said, I quote, "Housing is not neutral. Our own country has in the past known only too well how the provision and non-provision of housing can be used as a form of social and political control. Here and elsewhere, it has often been the means of dealing with the urban and rural poor, to hide them, evict them, harass them, and trample on them and their self-esteem. As such, a successful housing program can at one and the same time become a force for economic and social liberation, unquote. Indeed, the location of new settlement relative to economic opportunities and social amenities can be the determining factor on whether communities breaks out of the vicious cycle of poverty or forever remains condemned, inconsequential, existent. Indeed, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister. We will now move on to the next honorable member, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee for Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency. Over to you.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister McPherson, Honorable Minister Kubai, Honorable Deputy Minister Zikalala, Honorable members, fellow South Africans, good day. The Select Committee considered the 2024-25 Annual Performance Plan of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on 17 July 2024. In preparation of this report, the Department briefed the Committee on its 2024-25 Annual Performance Plan and 2024-25 estimates of public expenditure, as well as the Property Management Trading Entity, also known as PMTE. Amongst the key mandates of the Department is the coordination of the shared competency between national and provincial governments in respect of the Immovable Asset Register, construction and property management, and the implementation of the Government Immovable Asset Management Act 19 of 2007. The core business of property management is ring-fenced under the PMTE, and amongst its key mandates is to plan for project delivery through project implementation planning, procurement of professionals, design, development, and appointment of contractors, and project management of delivery of construction projects. Infrastructure South Africa, ISA, serves as the central coordinating body for national priority infrastructure projects and oversees the implementation of officially announced strategic integrated projects. ISA has been allocated 600 million rand over the medium-term expenditure framework to assist in the preparation of projects to ensure their financial viability and feasibility. Current SIP projects relate to the following portfolio of the Select Committee, amongst others: Salvokop Precinct project in the Gauteng province. The project is a government precinct at its core and is located in the Pretoria inner city. The project is to be integrated into community infrastructure as part of the Tshwane Inner City Regeneration Program. Also, the redevelopment of Ports of Entry project. The project aims to reduce delays experienced by passengers and vehicles at 6 inland borders that South Africa shares with its neighboring countries. In the Minister's opening remarks, and he has again reminded us today, emphasis was placed on the imperative to optimize the use of public assets and social infrastructure, to increase the performance of the construction industry, and for the cash-generating capacity of the department to increase. These imperatives were translated into the intention of turning South Africa into a construction site. The intention of turning South Africa into a construction site was subsequently also included in the opening of Parliament address by the President, where it was stated that infrastructure investment will be increased to encourage and enable the involvement of businesses and deliver social infrastructure. This Select Committee fully lends its support to the vision as set out by the Minister and the President. Aligning the 2024-25 budget allocations to the annual performance plan indicators, the department reported that it will reduce its transfers and subsidies budget by 4.8 billion rand, its goods and services budget by 176.7 million rand, and its payments for capital assets budget by 3.8 million rand. This is to accommodate cabinet-approved reductions of some 5 billion rand over a medium-term expenditure framework period. To absorb the reductions, the department has stopped, suspended, or delayed certain projects. In terms of economic classification, 81.8%, some 19.8 billion rand of the departmental budget is allowed to transfers, subsidies, and the expanded public works program, the EPWP transfers. This reflects the fact that the various public entities reporting to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure and provincial and local government play a key role in the attainment of the strategic outcomes of the department. The department generates revenue through the PMTE by letting properties and official quarters and the sale of land and buildings. It is projected that the department will collect revenue to the total value of some 17.6 billion rand for 2024-2025. The PMTE's focus over the medium-term expenditure framework period will be on developing precincts to support efficient and integrated government planning by grouping departments that provide similar services and refurbishing and maintaining government buildings in its portfolio. Precincts development in the following precincts have been prioritized in the 2024-25 annual performance plan. Pietermaritzburg, that's in the Umzinduzi local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. The Stanger Precinct, Kwadakusa local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. Kunyi Precinct, that's the city of Johannesburg and Gauteng. Kokstad Justice Precinct, the greater Kokstad municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. Polokwane Precinct, the city of Polokwane municipality in Limpopo. Carolina Precinct, Chief Albert Lutuli municipality in Mpumalanga. Howick Precinct in the Umgeni municipality, KwaZulu-Natal. And the King Williamstown Consi in the Buffalo City municipality in the Eastern Cape. Our observations and key findings, Honourable Chair, the Minister introduced the initiative to declare war on pit latrines in schools. The initiative will be led jointly by the Minister of Basic Education, with the Minister of Basic Education, and will be undertaken in cooperation with provincial departments. The PMTE has budgeted an expenditure of 56.3 billion rand over the medium term, which includes 5.6 billion rand allocated for ad hoc building maintenance. At a further cost of 12.7 billion rand over the medium-term expenditure framework period, the entity will carry out refurbishment, repair, and capital projects for 24 departments, including correctional centres, police stations, courts, and office buildings. Due to the nature of services and the mandates of departments such as Correctional Services and the National Defence Force, the maintenance and refurbishment of such facilities cannot be undertaken in partnership with the private sector. The department reported that it has a 23 billion rand maintenance backlog. Given the constrained budget, the department is making a policy shift towards attracting capacity and skills from the private sector to work in partnership with government to improve the condition of specific facilities through the Renovate, Operate and Transfer program and the Build, Operate and Transfer program. In its assessment of the 2022-23 annual report, the Auditor General questioned the credibility of the EPWP performance information. The Select Committee thus inquired which measures the department will put in place to address this concern. In addition, concern was also raised about potential corruption and abuse of the program and that limited skills transfers take place. The Deputy Minister indicated that relevant measures included transparency in recruitment, coordination in implementation, and an exit strategy for participants which is aimed at upskilling participants. The delay on the part of organs of state in paying outstanding debts and service charges to the PMTE affects the financial viability of this entity and is a risk to its revenue optimization strategy. The committee and the department shared the assessment that there is a need to improve the payment rates of the PMTE. The department was requested to give an indication of the amounts actually owed to PMTE, and it was informed that the government departments owe the PMTE in the region of some 13 billion rand, with the Department of Correctional Services and the Department of Defence in the region of 4 billion rand in arrears each. The department was requested to indicate to which extent the appointment of contractors is monitored to ensure that the same enterprises do not continually benefit from award of contracts. The Deputy Minister referred for the legislative reforms that will be introduced for the Public Procurement Bill, including a focus on localization in the award of contracts. The Select Committee and Department agreed on the need for coordinated social infrastructure planning. Chair, an example was made of a school constructed in the Coffee Bay area in the Eastern Cape, where children cannot attend during times of heavy rains as there is no bridge to allow them to cross the river en route to school. In response, the Minister stated that there is a need for nationally coordinated infrastructure planning across all spheres of government, including local government, because often municipalities do not plan to extend the capacity of its bulk infrastructure. Our recommendations, therefore, Honourable Chair, this committee recommends that concerted steps are taken towards improving low payment rates, including engaging with the Auditor General to include payment of PMTE arrears as an audit focus for organs of state, provide an update report on the provision of suitable provincial accommodation to the Public Service Commission. This is a legacy issue which the PSC had raised during the 6th administration. Provide an update report on Telkom Towers, which was purchased at the cost of some 694 million rand in 2016, whereas in early 2024, only one of the 9 buildings forming part of the complex had been completed. The department previously reported that the project involved collapsing 15 South African Police Service leases, and in the process, challenges outside the control of the department has arisen. Design a program of focus on township infrastructure development with a strong linkage to economic infrastructure. In the investigation into fraud, corruption, and maladministration that would be undertaken in the department, that it should not limit its focus to the award of infrastructure contracts only. It is recommended that it should be extended to collusion in the prices of materials such as cement and steel used in the construction industry. Provide a progress report on the status of the Independent Development Trust business plan, the Independent Development Trust business plan, which was to be aimed at ensuring that the IDT becomes self-sufficient. In 2024, the department reported that it had transferred 70.3 million rand to the IDT as a Schedule 2 entity that is the implementing agency of the department. It must provide a report on the occupancy rate of state-owned buildings over the past 3 years for the Select Committee to determine the level of progress in this regard. Provide a progress report on the finalization of the land audit, and provide a progress report on its engagements with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's Deeds Office. This was aimed at ensuring that the Deeds Office records could be reconciled with the asset register timeously. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This committee recommends that the Council approve the budget of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And let me just add, Honourable Chair, allow me to congratulate this Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure with the amount of vigour and enthusiasm he has tackled these tasks in this new role as Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. I think Bob the Builder might have met his nemesis. Thank you very much also to the diligent support and timely submission and assistance of our committee staff in assisting the committee in compiling this report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I now call upon Honourable Kaunda to table the report for the Select Committee, Cooperative Governance and Public Administration.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, the Deputy House Chairpersons, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Minister Kupai, responsible for human settlement, Honourable Macpherson, responsible for public works and infrastructure, and Deputy Minister Zigalala. Honourable members present, as well as those who are following us on social networks, the MECs who are part of this meeting. Good afternoon. The Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Traditional Affairs, Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, having considered budget vote 33 of the Department of Human Settlement, the strategic plans for the MTF period, and the 24-2025 annual performance plan reports to the National Council of Provinces as follows. On the legislative framework, Honourable Chair, The National Treasury regulations provide the basis for the development and submission of strategic plans and related quarterly performance reporting. The revised framework on strategic plans and annual performance plans requires departments to institutionalize planning, budgeting, reporting, monitoring, and evaluation, and align the planning process and all the planning documents, strategic plans, annual performance plans, and the annual operational plans with the MTSF, and to describe outputs that are their direct responsibility in their list of programs, sub-programs. Any outputs from implementing agencies should be reflected in an annexure to APP. The Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act of 2009 empowers Parliament to recommend, reject, or amend budgets of national departments and organs of state. The Act also enjoins committees of Parliament to compile and adopt budget vote reports based on interactions with the relevant departments and entities reporting to them on their strategic plans, annual performance plans, and budgets. As part of ensuring executive accountability and performing parliamentary oversight, the Select Committee had interactive briefing session on the 22nd of July 2024 with the Department of Human Settlement. The purpose of the briefing, Honorable Chair, of this session was to provide an opportunity to the department to present its departmental 2024-2025 strategic plan, 2024-2025 annual performance plan, and 2024 medium-term estimate framework to the members of the Select Committee for consideration prior to budget votes, policy debates, which is taking place now. So with all this, firstly, the committee expressed its congratulatory remarks to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Minister Kubai, for her reappointment in this department, and congratulated her for the work she has done in the previous administration, and we wish her everything of the best in this administration, the 7th administration. Honorable Chair, we received the briefing, and the committee had these following observations to make on what was presented. Firstly, the program 1 on administration, we commended the department for filling the senior vacancies, senior management vacancies, the DDGs, especially those which are critical in the department. There were only 2 which the minister and the department is still working on to finalize. We also commended the department for the work done in different provinces, especially on the building of houses that we've been observing on the ground. Program 2 on integrated human settlement planning and development program, that was also shared with us, the informal settlement upgrading program, the rental and social housing program, which was highly commended since more people in the country requires rental stock as well. Those who can afford to build houses, but to relocate for particular purposes to different cities. Program 5, Affordable Housing Program, which was also considered. We then considered the 2024 medium-term estimated framework allocation, Honorable Chair. With all this being considered, the committee raised the following observations. Firstly, the Select Committee has observed that the 2024-2025 annual performance of the Department of Human Settlement has been aligned with the National Development Plan 2024-2029 medium-term strategic framework and medium-term development plan, strategic plan, and medium-term estimate framework. The Select Committee also noted the Department of Human Settlement has revised its 2024-2029 medium-term strategic framework priorities by firstly prioritizing building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and secondly, spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. The Select Committee has noted and welcomed the ministerial openness in her political remarks that the Department of Human Settlement is still experiencing challenges regarding completion of registration of title deeds, which committees are really pushing and persuading government to supply. The Select Committee has therefore noted and welcomed the departmental commitment in in its 2024-25 annual target to conduct benchmarking study on the title deeds pricing system and completion of backlogs of issuing of title deeds across the provinces and municipalities. While welcoming the 2024-2025 annual performance plan of the Department of Human Settlement, the Select Committee has, however, noted with great concern the reduction of budget, which might have a negative impact on the performance of the National Department and public entities, provincial grants and municipal grants during the 2024-2024 and 2025-2026 respectively. The budget cut of 14 billion rands in these three budgeted financial years is going to have a big impact on service delivery. The Select Committee has further noted with concerns the challenges relating to block projects, eradication of mud houses, asbestos roofing, crimes committed by construction mafias, selling of RDP houses, and title deeds challenges in rural areas. To deal with construction mafias, the Select Committee called upon the Minister, Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, to classify the actions of the perpetrators of this criminality, ensure that she works with all law enforcement agencies to effect arrest and prosecutions of the offenders. The Select Committee further urged the Minister of the Department to ensure depoliticization of the Department of the provision of houses to citizens without consideration of our community's political affiliations. Due to time constraints in engaging during the briefing session on the 2024-2025 Departmental Annual Performance Plan, the Select Committee has noted and welcomed the commitment made by the Honorable Minister to provide members of the Select Committee with written responses on questions related to cost of the usage of consultants in previous years, provincial breakdown and list of block projects, monitoring of conditional grants. Honorable Chair, House Chair, we can confirm that we received this report in writing, these responses in writing in the evening yesterday, after we have met in the afternoon. We commend you, Honorable Minister, for that swift response. On the recommendations that the Select Committee have made, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration have considered the 2024-25 Annual Performance Plan of the Department of Human Settlement and recommends the following. The National Council of Provinces approves the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for Vote 33 of the Department of Human Settlement and notes the budget reduction which will negatively impact on the performance of the department, public entities, and allocation of provincial and municipal grants. Secondly, the Minister of the Department should develop action plan and strategies to deal with construction mafias across the provinces and work with all stakeholders to ensure that we root out the scourge. The Department of Human Settlement to provide the Select Committee with a breakdown of list of provinces and metros, municipalities that will be provided with support in upgrading of informal settlements, eradication of asbestos, housing, mud houses, backlogs of title deeds and catalytic projects, as well as block projects, which we have received. As part of ensuring executive accountability, the Department of Human Settlement should provide quarterly reports to the National Council of Provinces on the progress and challenges relating to the achievement of performance indicators contained in 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and MTEF budget allocations. The department should consider instituting forensic investigation on catalytic housing incomplete projects in Matlosana and Batawung local municipality Northwest, including the allegations of corruption and maladministration. The completed forensic investigation report should be tabled to the National Council of Provinces. The Select Committee should, as part of ensuring executive accountability and performance and performing its own robust oversight, we should align our 2024 parliamentary program with the outputs and performance indicators in 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan of the Department of Human Settlement. Lastly, The Select Committee should, during the 2024 financial period, conduct proactive oversight visit to selected provinces and metros in order to monitor the implementation and completion of the housing projects, the title deeds, eradication of mud houses in local municipality. The committee also supported the perspective of the Minister of Human Settlement, especially when the relocations are conducted, that people should not be relocated and be moved away from their workplaces and the economic corridors so that they'll continue to live better life. With these recommendations, we wish to table them to the NCOP for its consideration. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Honorable B.S. Mabibo.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, traditional leaders and religious leaders, honorable members, fellow South Africans. As the African National Congress, we are pursuing a national democratic revolution as a political strategy.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to rise on a mild point of order, read in conjunction with Rule 6, and also yes, Rule 6. I think there's been consistent and constant referral to the national chairperson of the Council of Province as a House Chair. And I think it's only correct that aspect be corrected, because the rules makes provision for the national chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and other presiding officers, which are two, the House Chairperson for committee and House Chairperson for member support. I just needed to, at least we are learning, Honorable National Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip, for your closing remarks. I'm sure all of us, as time goes by, will learn to address each other in the manner that is befitting. So you can continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you. As the African National Congress, we are pursuing a national democratic revolution as a political strategy to achieve the Freedom Charter's objectives. It was our forebears in the course of our national liberation struggle who decided to craft the Freedom Charter as a guide and vision for a post-apartheid democratic society. Since the political and democratic breakthrough of 1994, the ANC-led government has led a protracted struggle through the implementation of transformative socio-economic policies to realize the vision of the Freedom Charter, in this case, the right to adequate shelter, defending and deepening the democratic gains in the human settlement sector. Honorable Chairperson, it is the mischievous, reactionary, and outright political opportunism of some who stand here and claim that the ANC-led government has done nothing to transform the lives of our people in the past 30 years. South Africa is one of the few countries in both the developing and developed worlds that have made access to adequate shelter a constitutional right and it is incumbent upon the democratic state to take reasonable steps to realize this right. As African National Congress, we strive to fulfill the Freedom Charter's objectives. Over the past 30 years, the ANC-led government has launched a massive housing program unlike any other in the world, building and distributing more than 3.5 million houses to vulnerable members of our society. Today, most South Africans take this important achievement for granted, demonstrating that the right to shelter has permitted our society, and as dictated by the Freedom Charter, there shall be houses, security, and comfort for all. Honorable members, it is the ANC-led government that has also ensured that the beneficiaries of government-subsidized housing receive their title deeds as a proof of ownership and guarantee that they will never be forcefully removed from their home, as it was done under the colonialism and apartheid. We might not be where we want to be in terms of issuing title deeds, but it is a work in progress. We urge the minister and her team to accelerate the issuance of title deeds. The Human Settlement Budget Vote and Policy Statement presented by Minister Gubai demonstrates both continuity and change within human settlement sector. We are confident that these measures are progressing towards the progressive realization of the right to shelter. And as the ANC, we fully support them. The importance of transforming housing into human settlement is paramount. Most of these government-subsidized housing projects were built in areas away from economic and social opportunities, where without social amenities like education and health facilities, and most importantly, were perpetuating colonial and apartheid spatial planning. Honorable members, having recognized the issue, our ANC-led government seeks to transform the housing sector into a human settlement sector to ensure that any housing project not only dismantle apartheid and colonial spatial planning, but also have all the necessary features making life easy, such as reliable and affordable public transport, economic opportunities, education, health, sports, and recreational facilities. As the African National Congress, we applaud our ANC-led government commitment of realizing spatially integrated human settlements by implementing housing projects that are mixed development, accommodating the various income groups. In her budget vote and policy speech, Minister Gubai announced that her department will persist in completing the declared 136 priority development areas where provinces and municipalities will implement her department's housing program, such as mixed-use development, informal settlement, upgrading, social housing, and affordable housing. Accelerate the process of acquiring land, expropriating neglected buildings, and releasing those for the purpose of building human settlements. Honorable Chairperson, the land question in our country, above all other questions, is what gave birth to the national liberational struggle. And its resolution is a matter that our country cannot further postpone. To create a spatially integrated human settlement, the government has to acquire a well-located land and make it available for human settlement in the form of various housing programs, especially the BNG and service side. As the African National Congress, we welcome the commitment by the department to release the state-owned land for purpose of human settlement, and the target land has the potential to make possible 64,000 housing opportunities as announced by Minister Kubai. The financial year, the Housing Development Agency, the departmental entity responsible for acquiring and rezoning land for democratic government, is going to acquire an additional 1,000 hectares, of which 700 hectares will be rezoned and developed for human settlement. Honorable members, as much as we welcome the decision to acquire and transfer state-owned land for human settlement, we wish to urge the minister to utilize existing legislation to expropriate privately owned land as provided for by Section 9, subsection 3 of the Housing Act. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform 2017 Land Audit Report illustrates that either a company and trust or individual who owns these companies and trust currently own majority of well-located land that the government can acquire to dismantle colonial and apartheid spatial planning and truly build spatially integrated human settlement. Therefore, we are calling upon the democratic government to take steps to address the land question in our country. We further wish to commend Minister Kubai for her commitment to acquire both abandoned and neglected government and private buildings in the Central Building District or the inner city of our major cities and have them repurposed for affordable housing for our people. Already, the department has taken steps in this regard, as illustrated by the acquisition of the SABC's Rockland Villas in Sea Point for the development of our affordable housing. Expanding access to housing security, comfort for a better life for all. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress affirms that the budget vote and policy speech persist in broadening housing accessibility, fostering security and comfort, and achieving a superior quality of life for every South African citizen. The ANC-led democratic government continues to prioritize housing provisions for the working class and the poor in our society, especially women, youth, and people living with disabilities. For the current fiscal year, the Department of Human Settlement is going to build and deliver 39,100 BNG housing units, 35,876 service tents, and issue 11,584 title deeds to our people. In addition, the department has planned to deliver 2,699 social housing units through its entity, the Social Housing Regulatory Agency, SHRA, and address the bottlenecks that hinder the full implementation of the upgrading of informal settlement programs by various provinces and municipalities. Finalizing the white paper and human settlement and the review of Human Housing Act and Housing Code. Honorable Chairperson, during the previous administration, the department released the white paper on human settlement for public feedback. The minister went above and beyond the legal requirements to extend the public comment. She also actively collaborated with various interest groups to gather their perspective, ensuring the white paper's result accurately reflected the diversity of perspective in our nation. We applaud her efforts for this. As the African National Congress, we are convinced that the proposed white paper on human settlement clearly responds to the 2030 National Democratic Plan vision of creating spatially just integrated, equitable, and sustainable human settlement. The white paper also requires that the department review the
Your
Housing
time is
Act.
up, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I now call upon Honorable Skir Kochel.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. The Department of Public Work and Infrastructure has the potential to ensure that the most basic services are delivered to all South Africans throughout the mandate to deliver and maintain infrastructure. However, the department has historically failed within various divisions to facilitate the development and the progress to public entities and infrastructure to ensure basic services to South Africans. Minister, I want to highlight just one example or one town where the department, which you now lead, has failed in the previous administration to deliver services and resulted in criminal charges that have been laid by the current DA Chief Whip. In Winasris, in the Free State, the SAPE station renovations has been standing still since 2020. There is currently no holding facilities and all neighboring towns are at full capacity. At times, this station has no water, no electricity due to theft within the precinct property. The newly built buildings are being vandalized regularly since the project stopped because there is no security on the precinct. Then right across the police station is the magistrate court. The basement is full. The basement is used as a holding cell for convicted individuals waiting their hearings. This basement is flooded on a regular basis with sewage and water, even damaging documents, hindering officials from performing their duties. Therefore, it creates a security risk to the community and the SAP officers. But Minister, it doesn't end there. In the same Winasris, the correctional service facility is flooded with sewage because the sewage system is not maintained, resulting in sewage running into the fields where people reside. Minister, your commitment to turning South Africa into a construction site will turn our critical infrastructure and public facilities into job creation hubs, which will attract investment, restore South Africa as the leader and the guiding light of Africa. Chairperson, I acknowledge that the budget presented by the Minister today is an inherited one, but regardless of the reduced budget, we have progressively identified one pivotal entity in your department in our select committee, which will give you the key to this department's success, and that is the Property Management Trading Entity, or PMTE. This unit should be thoroughly audited, investigated, that all properties not being properly used should be reprioritized to generate revenue to serve the growing need of our growing population. Furthermore, we support your position that no new buildings should be purchased or leased for government employees or departments. Within the 80,000 properties, we have enough capacity to serve government departments to efficiently deliver the mandate and increase revenue collection for the department. Minister, the Auditor General questioned the credibility of the Expanded Public Works Program, or EPWP, which is plagued with corruption and mismanagement of the program. The skills transfer is one of the main concerns a re-evaluation should be focused on. Participation should leave the program with skills and tools to improve their social economic statuses. And the only takeaway from EPWP should not be just their monthly stipends they receive. It cannot be a jobs for votes or expanded program for SASSA. I do not need to remind the House that without provision of water, electricity, road networks, and the access to basic services, that we cannot grow the local economy, especially the rural areas in South Africa. But if you travel around South Africa, sewage is flooding our houses or running down the streets, of water shedding or dry taps are rampant, power outages are daily features of ordinary South Africans. due to public infrastructure not being maintained. Ministers, these problems should be our driving force as we start breaking new ground in this new administration. Minister, this department touches the lives of every South African. We should be bold to acknowledge that we cannot do this on our own, and we should foster a culture of partnership with the private sector. For example, the build and transfer, or the BOT, or the renovate, operate and transfer, the ROT. Taiwan built their high-speed railway through a BOT project. Now you can travel from the north to the south in 1.5 hours. Even China has been utilizing BOT since the 1980s. Through these BOT and ROT, we can ensure community involvement is part and parcel to ensure sustainability and success of these infrastructure projects. Minister, with all the initiatives that you've introduced, there's one project you committed which touched the hearts of all South Africans, because it's a step that secures the future of our vibrant nation. Your joint commitment with the Minister of Basic Education towards the declaration of war on the eradication of pit littering toilets in our schools. Not only that this project ensures the safety of our youth, it also sets the standard that other departments like the Human Settlements will follow in suit to ensure that in living informal settlements are giving dignity which is enshrined in our Constitution. Chairperson, in conclusion, we want to reiterate the following recommendations to the Minister to be implemented to ensure that the department serve the people of South Africa. The department must develop a revenue collection plan with the PMT through the Auditor General to ensure that the organs of state pay the department. The plan should incorporate consequent measures for those that did not ensure collection as implemented. A thorough audit on all the property of the department to determine the losses the department has made on the properties and ensure that the PMT functions properly to generate funds to fill the gap of budget restrictions. To ensure that the IDT business plan, which has been completed, implement, and the 70.3 million that was transferred to the trust is utilized to benefit South Africans. The department should implement a mechanism to ensure that the same contractors on provincial and national supply base are not appointed elsewhere, to ensure the fair distribution of opportunities to capable businesses. Given the fact of the budget constraints of the department and the capacity, the minister should implement more BOT and ROT projects. Ensure the report and the land audit is finalized to ensure that the emphasis of the optimized use of public assets and social infrastructures increase. Therefore, through the construction industry, enough cash is generated to fund the joint commitment with the Minister of Basic Education to eradicate pit toilets in schools. Minister, we hear your call to turn South Africa into a construction site, which will grow our economy and, most importantly, create jobs. In closing, Chairperson, on the 29th of May, South Africans echoed the Governor National core value that we are builders, not breakers. United, we will make this country a success. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call upon Honorable Dwabu. He will be joining in virtual.
Good afternoon, Honorable House Chair. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to represent the Eastern Cape Province in the debate for the two votes, which is vote 13 and vote 33. Let me start by greeting you, honored ministers present, deputy ministers present, and all honored members that are part of the House today. I am indeed honored to address this august House today on behalf of my province. On behalf of the province on the policy species vote 13 and 33. But Chair, before I get much in what I've prepared, I think I should really begin by welcoming the commitment made by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure towards the eradication of pit toilets in our schools as a rural province that is greatly affected by this. But I want to request him not to leave aside the Minister of Water Affairs, because I don't believe he will be able to do the work without ensuring that we upgrade the standard of water in these areas for him to be able to provide us with flushed toilets in these schools. Honorable Chairperson, both these budget votes are critical as they embody our commitment to building a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient South Africa. Such a commitment is anchored on the ideals expressed in the Freedom Charter and the National Democratic Development Plan. The People's Freedom Charter correctly envisions the South Africa we all want to live in, a nation not divided by race or skin color. Emerging out of 2024 national and provincial elections, we are acutely aware that the people of South Africa have spoken. They have made their voices heard. Our people have eloquently expressed their will through their votes, and their message is clear. They have entrusted us with the mandate to lead, to serve, and to deliver on the promises of a better life for all as the actives. The Department of Public Works plays a crucial role in our National Development Plan. Through the strategic management of public infrastructure and assets, we aim to stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and improve the quality of life for all South Africans. Our infrastructure projects are engines of economic growth. By investing in the construction and maintenance of public buildings, roads, and other essential infrastructure, we will be creating numerous job opportunities. We are particularly focused on empowering the youth, women, and persons with disabilities, ensuring that our development is inclusive and equitable. In alignment with the National Development Plan, our department is committed to promoting sustainable development. This includes the use of green building practices, energy efficient technologies, and environmentally friendly material. By doing so, we are not only protecting our national resources, but also reducing the operational costs of public buildings, making them more efficient and sustainable in the long run. Proper management of public assets is vital for the efficient delivery of services. We are implementing robust systems to ensure the accurate tracking, maintenance, and utilization of government properties. This includes the continuous updating of the Eastern Cape Asset Register to reflect current values and conditions, thereby enabling better planning and decision-making. In responding to the commitment to strengthen infrastructure delivery in the province, the department is an implementing agent for the Department of Health, of Education, and other departments for delivery of social infrastructure. The department implements capital and maintenance infrastructure projects to change the socio-economic outlook of the province. Through designated 3 portfolios that are Public Works and Infrastructure, other departments, health and education portfolios. The department focused on implementing cluster offices, precincts, to centralize access to services and to contribute on spatial transformation. by responding to provision of office accommodation in a manner that transforms rural small town landscapes. Honorable members, it is significant to also mention that all new buildings constructed by the Department of Public Works in the province comply with access norms and standards for persons with disabilities. The department has completed 3 cluster offices at a value of 390 million. One is Themba Kojana Offices Park in Alwal North at Jokabi. The other is Tobile Bam Office Park in Alfred Nzo. And another one is Batandwa Dondo Office Park in Komani, Ekrisani. So the department is also planning to finalize within the current financial year Mkanduli cluster offices in OR Tambo district, Makanda Artisan Training Center in Sarah Batman district, Dr. Da offices in Amakwe, Amatole district, Emarahleni service offices in Krisani district. Now, the Department of Human Settlements is at the forefront of our efforts to provide dignified living conditions for all South Africans. Guided by the overarching clarion call made by the Freedom Charter, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. We are knitting together concrete programs to deliver on the needs and aspirations of our people. The 2022 census by States SA reported a remarkable 20.4 increase in households living in formal dwellings in the province over the 10 years period, reaching 83.6 period in 2022. Access to piped water inside dwellings has also risen from 18.3% in 2001 to 49.5% in 2022, contributing to extend homeowners and increase productive assets for the people. This is further affirmed by President Ramaphosa in the 2024 State of the Nation address, when he said, I quote, "One of the most vital, impactful, and meaningful achievements in the first 3 decades of freedom has been in providing homes to the people. Today, nearly 9 out of every 10 households live in a formal dwelling. Where there were once shacks and mud houses, there are now homes of bricks and mortar," close quote. However, despite substantial government-led investments, the demand for shelter and sustainable integrated human settlements continues to grow due to factors such as urban migration for economic opportunities and a growing population. These challenges are exacerbated by deep-seated issues of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, making the need for decent shelter and social infrastructure ever more pressing.
Honourable Member, you have
We
about
launched
half a
a
minute to
campaign-
conclude. You have about half a minute to conclude.
Thank you, Chair. The ongoing campaign involved vigorous oversight of both blocked and ongoing projects, engagements with various stakeholders, including communities and contractors, and enhancement of developmental systems to prevent future occurrences. In conclusion, at the start of 2023 financial year, the department faced the challenge of 87 stalled or blocked projects, translating to 23,975 housing units spread across all 8 regions.
Honourable Chair,
But
your time has
currently-
expired. Your time has expired, Honourable
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Twabu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, as I take the chair, honourable members, I think it's important to just explain, I think we have a number of new presiding officers and we all have our own differing styles. I will not be interrupting members who are standing here at the podium and have the benefit of the clock. So I'll not be warning you when your time is running out. I think it's appropriate that you all manage your own time when you are here in the House. When members are debating virtually, they obviously don't have the benefit of having the rundown clock, and so we will, where appropriate, we will give them a warning as their time is about to expire. Having said that, honourable members, the next to take the debate further will be the Honourable Peter. Honourable Peter.
Honorable Chair of the CNP, ministers and deputy ministers, the bullies. The United Democratic Movement welcomes the report on public works and infrastructure. This report consists of promising plans of turning South Africa into a construction site to upgrade infrastructure, improving the standard of living and promote business across the country. However, the department needs to fix certain challenges first, such as developing a highly advanced technology system to monitor the database on public works. The department confirms that there are 1,260 hijacked and non-maintained buildings. These buildings are some hijacked by foreign nationals who sell drugs and conduct many illegal activities. Also, these buildings lower the value of our towns. It decreases tourism and drops the involvement of businesses. Therefore, the department needs to have an effective plan to reclaim the buildings back to public works. 5.6 billion allocation for ad hoc buildings maintenance should be used for maintenance and revival of the old buildings in small towns such as Mthatha, Gqeberha, and East London. Also, the department should ensure maintenance of community halls, hospitals, police stations, and ever vandalized post office and public schools yearly. Children are drowning on a pit lentils because the public works and basic education has been failing to eradicate them. Also, learners in rural areas are unable to attend school during heavy rains due to lack of proper bridges. The UDM is also concerned with corruption on the EPWP program. The department should ensure that it enforces accountability of funds and transparency in recruitment on the program. Moreover, the lack of supervision in the EPWP needs to be addressed. For instance, EPWP employees are always seen sleeping on the side of the road during the working hours. Okwesibini baphathiswa Tatu Zikalala, sifuna nisijonge tatame zinto. Zeke minister nisijongele pha kubhizana eza multi-purpose community center. Siyazifuna i-report ngeza multi-purpose center. Asivanto ngazo. Nakutsomo, phaya tsomo kuthiwa 7 years ayikagqitywa i-multi-purpose center. Siyacela ke minister wethu singena kwi-GNU not basivala amehlo minister. Singena kwi-GNU ukuba sinikhongotha apha eceleni kwenu sinincedise minister. Asiboni ngxaki ngokuma ngaphandle ngoba xa ume ngaphandle kwi-GNU ungumntana okhalo ongabonwayo. Sikhala uba nisibone ke minister. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter, for your contribution to the debate and for the demonstration of your linguistic prowess. The next member debating will be the Honourable Makasini.
Thank you, Chairs. The Economic Freedom Fighter rejects the proposed budget vote of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure 2024-2025 financial year. We do so because there is no clear and deliverable plans which will make certain there's the proper true ongoing exit on the EPWP people. Batho ba sebeletsa EPWP ba tlameha ha ba kena le bona ba be di-business people ba be le di-skill ba be le di-certificate e seng ba lo kuta bojwang ba ba robala tseleng. Our focus today is on 4 critical issues: the public infrastructure, the impact of austerity measures, the imperative of the maintenance of lack of expansion of the infrastructure in the township and the rural areas of our country. The Economic Freedom Fighters stand firm in belief that the public infrastructure is a backbone of the thriving economy and just society. We also believe it is through the well-planned execution infrastructure project that we can realize growth and job creation and better quality for life. This department is a custodian of all property in the country, but it still finds itself wanting and not being able to provide voters on the basic infrastructure, on schools, clinic, hospital, so that we can stop to abantwana bethu bangawele kwi-toilet eminyeni njengoba isenzeka Eastern Cape. We therefore reject this budget as the Eastern still glaring issue and the failure that we have plugged our infrastructure as a development, in particular as it relates to the in Bushbuck-Rich, Mbombela, Emalahleni, Tabatsheu, Emakhanzeni, and across the Gangala municipalities, where the gravel road affect our scholar transport to enter, especially in the rainy season, to attend the school because imoto azikwazi uhamba emigaqweni. In the Free State, we have a school called Sieto Primary School in Bothaville in Nala. The school started 6 years ago, Minister. To date, there's no finalization, there's no hope for the people of Khotsong Bothaville. And they were promised that the school will be open in March 2024. Deputy Minister was there last year. In April, in the Eastern Cape, Mkanduli, Ikelenzima school, secondary school, as a school, as I said, to Basaba destroyed these flights last year. To date, a school, now although Nalibatembi, some Shaba, the opposite, the flooded school, Masasifuna is school, abantu base, abandona besa school, Ikelenzima, so that Bakwazu Funda Jangabanya Bandwana. In Northern Cape, in Warrenton, Kuno Mr. Thabo Pele, or submit a request to the Department of Public Works in Northern Cape. Ecela ukusebenzisa an abandoned building. AIE hostel ya whole school ya say warranted whole school. To date, submission yakhe ayika process. This is an example esinibonisayo abantu bayakhala because ufuna develop abantwana into the skills. Mthatha Etuwa and in a Coffee Bay, you have buildings, but all those buildings are being hijacked by criminals. What is so sad, the Department of Public Works, Kauya Coffee Bay, Bangenela offices zabo kwi-container, bane building, aphe Coffee Bay, bayeko ototsi, basebenzele kwi-building, benze imali, because asina government olumayo onamazinyo. We hope is challenge abantu aba-hijack building because they are making a lot of money in the Eastern Cape. Generally, the state of infrastructure in these areas and many more is unacceptable and deployable to say at least. The EFF propose the creation of state-owned construction company which will hire engineers, artists, and the building of the maintenance to expand the public works program. We also concern on how, since 1994, the Department of Public Works is still trapped on the leasing of the building that have a negative impact, especially to those people who occupy those buildings. Abantu bayalimala, i-buildings azina lift, i-buildings zimnyama, you can be raped in the building, you are not safe kungena because ingathi ka ungenayo ungena kuhlathi elinengonyama. We also, this department also let the building zilimale ziphele, like a glaring example, the psychiatrist hospital in Bloemfontein, apho abantu abahleli khona i-patient ziyalimala because ngabantu abagula ngengqondo. Babethi bayifanele bayalwa baba aggressive bayalimala because baqhekeza ifestile and akukho nto eyenziwayo. So we are also said, Minister, can you go to Bloemfontein in Mangaung, prioritize as a patient, as a sibhedlela sase Bloemfontein Psychiatrist Hospital, because sisona sibhedlela esinaso e-Free State sisabantu abagula ngengqondo. It will also fail to pave the internal roads towards the township to assist the rural municipality. Imali neyilahlela komasipala, omasipala bayitye, akho accountability. City, whatever imali niyilahlela komasipala, kanifuni accountability. Otherwise, a failure yomasipala is going to be a failure. Chairperson, we also concerned about the exit plan and the destination for the EPWP workers, especially Iba cities. We want to turn South Africa as a construction site. Bazaba is a construction site in Gobani. If Sibatpa is guilt for 20 years, we tend to acquire a single certificate. Ungaba mnandi njani senze example. Said this person started as a EPWP, today is a businessman or successful or fananabanya bantu. So masingathi bazawuhlala belele engceni, that is what sibabiza olala engceni, because akhonto abayenzayo abana skill anegqiba project like honorable member wase Odindale bethetha uba i-police station ase Odindale ebusuku abantu xa befuna i-service e-Odindale iyavalwa because ayinazi light, ayinazi toilet, kuthiwa i-police station ngo-8 ivaliwe because even the police officers, they are not safe in that police station. Lastly, House Chairperson, the public infrastructure must extend the real network of the construction company, and as economic freedom fighter, who rejects this budget vote. In Charles Mupedi Stadium, you are an agent to assist the Department of Sports. But today, since that project, Isheliku Phase 2 for 3 years, there is no movement in that project of Charles Mupedi Stadium. We are an agent to support the department, but if you are not moving, is a problem. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Makasini. We now move on to Honourable Rachuene, the Limpopo MEC for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Honourable Rachuene. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Limpopo MEC for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Yes. Honourable Chairperson.
Morena, Kielaboga.
Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Public Works and Infrastructure, Honourable Minister Dian McPherson, Kokta MEC Minister, Honourable Mamuloko Kubai, Deputy Minister, Honourable Zihle Zigalal, MECs who have also joined on this platform, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, Tobela Abusheni Ndimasiar. I'm pleased to be part of today's National Council of Province debate on Vote 13 of the Department of Public Works and Public Works and Infrastructure. This session of the NCOP takes place in July when South Africa and the globe celebrates the former statesman Tata Nelson Mandela. It is this month when the people of South Africa embrace the chance to celebrate Nelson Mandela's life for the whole of this month. And this allows everyone to heed the call to action for people to recognize their power to make an imprint and change the world around them. As presented by the Honorable Minister, the budget vote responds well to this year's theme for International Mandela Day, which says, is still in our hands to combat poverty and inequity. The department outlined its plans to ensure that we turn the country into a construction site. If this is properly done, it will further develop our communities, not only in urban areas, but also in far-flung areas. Honorable Chairperson, before I go any further, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Minister for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on his new appointment. Minister, the budget vote you outlined in your maiden speech a few weeks ago gives an indication and reassurance that this democratic government remains determined to change the lives of our communities. We assure the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure of our support and cooperation. It is in our collective interest to see the government succeed because South Africa works because of public works. Honorable members, about three days ago, my premier, the premier of Limpopo province, the first female premier of this province since the dawn of democracy, Dr. Popuramatu, participated in the president's opening of the parliament speech debate. In her speech, the Honorable Premier Dr. Popuramatu dedicated the lion's share of her allocation time to question infrastructure delivery and maintenance. The Honorable Premier emphasized the commitment of our provincial government to make infrastructural development a catalyst for social economic development. As the Premier shared with the joint sitting of the Honorable House, we in Limpopo has conceptualized a campaign known as the Khere Wednesday. The essence of this campaign is to prioritize the maintenance of infrastructure in our province, particularly road infrastructure. Through this campaign, we seek to rehabilitate dilapidated and neglected roads in our province. This campaign has also inspired our local municipality. They are following us. Today, you will see the work. If you drive to our capital city, Polokwane, the maintenance and rehabilitation of the road network in the capital city, townships and rural areas has been taken to greater heights never seen before. We will rest once this concept is implemented in every inch of our province. We move from a solid understanding that the people of our province deserve better services. This, in turn, will go a long way in attracting investment to our province and facilitating social mobility. Honorable Chairperson, we also welcome the fact that the department has developed a party strategy, which the 7th Administration Cabinet has already approved. This strategy seeks to repurpose and reposition the property management trading entity as a viable and efficient vehicle to create comprehensive value through the state immovable asset portfolio. In Limpopo, we are even taking this opportunity to escalate this to the next level, where we are starting a vigorous campaign to claim the state properties. The Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure will soon launch a program called Operation Vuisa-Tundu, Operation Vuisa-Tutu, Operation What Belongs to Public Works, which translates into bringing back the state property. It is through this operation that we are going to claim back our built infrastructure and provincial land, including state farms that is currently in the hands of thugs. Law enforcement agencies are also coming on board with this one. This will also nip in the emerging tendency of the so-called construction mafias that are sometimes masquerade as community development forums. Speaker, rural provinces such as Limpopo face the challenge of attracting private capital infrastructure investment. Although we currently have a low private sector investment in our public infrastructure, the status quo is beginning to change. We are seeing an increasing private sector investment appetite in our public infrastructure, in our public infrastructure delivery campaign. The truth is that we need more and more corporate citizens to partner with the government to deliver on this infrastructure that serve all of us. Honorable Minister, by now, you should be aware that one of the major criticisms against your department is not from outside stakeholders. Your sister departments are criticizing your department for being notoriously inefficient in procuring and maintaining public infrastructure. Indeed, this cannot be defining benchmark of the department as crucial as public works. Honorable Minister, our support for the budget you have tabled comes with expectations. Amongst others, you will attend the agency of maintaining a credible and dependable public asset register. This should entail properly update asset records and accounting for every acquisition. Acquisition laws, revaluation, transfer, and disposal of assets. Unreliable public asset register are a fatal condition for the theft of public assets. Madam Speaker, historically, the Department of Public Works has been leading in creating employment opportunity. There is no reason why this role should be minimized. On the contrary, we need to see the department create more sustainable jobs through the delivery and maintenance of infrastructure. The most suitable approach in this regard is the insourcing of certain services. We also appreciate the announcement that Infrastructure South Africa will receive extra attention as our particular purpose vehicle to ensure that we have well-packaged projects that are financially viable, catalytic, and delivered on time with all stakeholders meeting their commitments. Through ISA funding, provinces will be able to continue to deliver on their mandate of infrastructure development. In the spirit of GNU, let us continue to work together to make South Africa work through delivering quality and reliable public infrastructure. I want to reiterate President Cyril Ramaphosa's statement, which he has made 5 days ago during the opening of Parliament when he said, and I quote, "The government of national unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle in the way of growth. We are determined that growth must be inclusive. It must be transformational. Inclusive growth must drive the redistribution of wealth and opportunity. It must support the empowerment of Black South Africans and women and all those who in the past had been relegated to the fringe of the economy." Close quote.
As you conclude, Honorable MEC.
This is indeed part of the constitutional imperative to redress past imbalances and deal with the slow development process. Let's join hands and make South Africa work for all of its citizens. I thank you, Kialebo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rachwene. We now move to your neighbor, the Gauteng MEC for Human Settlements, Honorable Motara. Honorable Motara.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. To the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mayor Rifiwe Tsipani Mtsweni, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, to all permanent delegates and special delegates to the Council, to the Minister of Human Settlements, the Honorable Mamluko Kubai, the Minister of Infrastructure Development, Honorable Dean McPherson, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Human Settlements, Mayor Tandi Mahambehlala, and the Deputy Minister of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Public Works and Infrastructure Development, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, to stakeholders of the human settlements, as well as built environment fraternity, members of the media, honored guests, and viewers. Good afternoon. It is an honor for me to...
Good afternoon, MEC. Can we ask you before you start to turn your camera on for us, please?
Perfect.
It's
on my side.
Thank you.
Is it on now?
It's on now. Please proceed. Thanks, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much. It is an honor for me to participate in this first budget vote of the 7th administration for the Department of Human Settlements. This is a historic time as we begin a new chapter in our joint journey to serve the people of South Africa and of Gauteng. This budget vote comes at a time when Gauteng people have entrusted us, the government of national unity and the government of provincial unity, with the task of improving their lives. This is no easy task, but I'm convinced that with the steadfast leadership of Premier Panyaza Lesufi and President Cyril Ramaphosa, we will be on pace to fulfill our aim of expanding Gauteng together by 2030. At the heart of our goal is the establishment of a unique Gauteng regional city, a seamlessly integrated urban landscape that will transform the way our people live, work, and flourish. And at the heart of this ambitious strategy is the creation of human settlements that actually meet the requirements of our communities. I'm overjoyed to inform that the smart city of Lanseria is no longer simply a dream, but an unavoidable reality. Lanseria will become a reality with the guidance of our Premier as well as the President, demonstrating our commitment to innovation and revolutionary change. In addition to residing, working, and playing there within its energetic boundaries, more than 500,000 individuals will also make Lanseria their home, permanently altering the face of our nation. In order to accomplish this, more than 100,000 single-family homes will be built, which is evident of our commitment to offering decent, reasonably priced housing to everyone. However, that is not where our goals end. We have established important priorities at the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, and these will guide our work in the upcoming years. These top priorities consist of, first, eradicating the province's housing allocation backlog. We are dedicated to addressing the long-standing issue of housing backlogs, ensuring that every citizen in Gauteng has access to the shelter they deserve. Secondly, developing innovative tactics to combat illegal invasions of land and build structures. We do recognize the importance of this issue and are working relentlessly to create long-term solutions that match the demands of our communities within the rule of law. We also want to ensure equitable distribution of the department's financial resources. To this end, we are committed to allocating our financial resources fairly and transparently, ensuring that our interventions benefit every corner of Gauteng. Fourth, we want to accelerate the completion of existing housing projects and fast-track start turning on new ones. We understand the necessity of delivering housing units quickly and are committed to optimizing our operations to accomplish this aim. Fifthly, we want to collaborate with other departments to expedite service delivery to our people. We understand that the efficient service delivery necessitates a comprehensive strategy, and we are committed to working together with our colleagues to provide a seamless experience for the people residing in Gauteng. Sixth, we want to capacitate rapid land release teams so that more service stands can be made accessible to people in need. We are dedicated to empowering our land release teams to expedite the availability of service land, which is a crucial step in meeting our community's housing needs. And last but not least, collaborate with departmental officials to ensure seamless and efficient delivery of human settlements in Gauteng. We recognize our departmental officials' invaluable role and are committed to cultivating a collaborative and supportive environment that allows them to provide exceptional service to people. To meet these lofty objectives, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements will collaborate closely with the national government to gain the finance, investment, and resources required to develop Gauteng into a major hub of human settlements building. On informal settlements, the growth of informal settlements presents a huge concern for our province. According to our most recent data, there are over 200 informal settlements throughout the province, containing an estimated 1.8 million people. It definitely constitutes a sizable proportion of Gauteng's overall population and offers significant challenge to the provision of adequate housing and basic amenities. Rapid population expansion and informal land invasions in recent years have seriously damaged the province's human settlement strategy. Land that was set aside for the development of affordable formal housing has been instead taken on by informal settlements, leaving us scrambling to keep up with the growing demand. We must address the situation immediately with a multifaceted plan that includes renovating existing informal settlements, accelerating the delivery of low-cost homes, and taking decisive action to prevent future illegal invasions. For us, as we commemorate the Nelson Mandela Month, I'd want to convey our heartfelt gratitude to the devoted activists at Habitat for Humanity, the Industrial Development Corporation, and the Nelson Mandela Foundation. The recent effort to donate 5 houses to worthy people in Orange Farm, Gauteng, on International Nelson Mandela Day exemplifies the potential of teamwork in reducing homelessness in our country. According to the former leader who said, and I quote, "To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity," close quote. The right to shelter is inscribed in our young constitution, and it is our responsibility to guarantee that we uphold people's rights which have been fought so hard for. Honorable Chair of Chairs, honorable members, and distinguished guests, let's all work together as a unified front, guided by the principles of the Government of National Unity and the Government of Provincial Unity to fulfill our promises to the people of Gauteng. We will work together to create a better future where every citizen has access to excellent human settlements and the ability to prosper in a smoothly connected Gauteng regional city. With this, I propose that Parliament, and in particular the National Council of Provinces, accepts Budget Vote 33 for human settlements. Thank you, and may God continue to bless Gauteng and South Africa.
Thank you, MEC Motara. Returning to the House now, we call Honourable Nzimande to the microphone.
Honorable Chair, Whip, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, traditional leaders and faith-based leaders or organizations, I greet you all. I rise to address matters that strike in the heart of our struggle, which is human settlement and infrastructure. Our mission as MKP is to ensure that our people live under conducive and habitable conditions, not as refugees in their land of birth. And that will be to restore their human dignity. Just for your disappointment, we as the MKP definitely reject this budget for the reasons enunciated here under. For example, let's take some few points. Look at the budget cut on human settlement and infrastructure, and such, in our viewpoint, we believe, evinces a proof of a government that is not having a political will to regard housing as one amongst factors that will contribute on economic growth. This budget is designed in a manner that is just pro-elite and not for poor, vulnerable, and the proletariat. Honorable Chair, it is illusionary that there will be an increase on infrastructure investment when the budget has been drastically reduced like this over the MTF period. I want now to turn to the issue that is the public infrastructure. Reducing of capital asset budget by 3.8 billion is contrast to an agenda for economic viability in all spheres of government in dealing with crucial projects. Whereas we are sitting with a situation or a backdrop that workers are subjected to unsafe and dilapidated buildings which are not compliant with OHS and employment equity. When I want to deal now with reducing goods and services budget by 176 plus, that will limit, in our viewpoint, the government ability or capacity to deliver its commitment in terms of the strategic plans and APP. On reducing transfer and subsidies by 4.8 billion, we believe that will definitely affect adversely the African child. The early development of an African child, it will affect the new sites for childcare and development facilities, sports and recreation. Furthermore, it shall definitely adversely affect negatively the community development and partnership. Turning to PTME's focus over MTF, we have noted that there is a view to develop precinct, which is a good idea. However, we have seen and we've known of this idea in Gauteng from 2008. Kopanong project never kicked off the ground. What we have seen are renewable lease agreements which have cost the government a lot of money. For example, 3 offices in Commissioner Street, Tshwane, and Eguruling. Government is spending 50 million per annum. But furthermore, we have seen these lease agreements in other areas or parts of the country. They have expired and they are more than, these expiry dates are more than 5 years, which constitute an irregular expenditure and no one has been taken for consequence management. On refurbishment and maintenance, we are happy that the ministry are acknowledging that there is no computerized maintenance management system, which we believe it's now of vital importance. That could be the one or amongst the factors that are causing inefficiency of processing, overspending, since some equipment are over-maintained and non-performance of other assets since they are under-maintained. This leads to emergency work skyrocketing. But today we are informed the budget cuts. On CapEx, approval process for planned projects that are ready for planning and execution are taking far too long. No indication of such are going to be unlocked.
Let me see,
And
very honourable member.
they are
Let me
not
see
defined-
Rachwene, please mute yourself.
They are not defined outputs and outcomes. Projects are not completed on time due to poor project management, poor interdepartmental coordination, and poor workmanship. Again, the plans are not dealing with such a problem. Human dignity in housing, the 6th administration failed, and the plans that are currently before us that are to be dealt with by the 7th administration evinces no political will to realize this obligation or this goal. Just on informal settlement, we have 119 at Eguruling alone. One of that is Makaus. Makaus is 34 years old. It was there from 1990. There's never been any improvement. There are open shafts, running or sewage that are spilled over. Our people subjected to hazardous situation. There's no plan to deal with that. And this is the same situation that you'll find across the country, the bread and land of our country, your Nyanga, your Kailisha, Nanda, KwaZulu-Natal, your Emlas and other areas, Mjondol. On RDP houses, this area is a thorny area that is engulfed by corruption. And that is known, and there's no plan to deal with that. And the corruption is done by councillors, including the officials in provincial departments. The current state of the RDP houses are appalling. They resemble death camps designed to trap the unemployed in a space devoid of economic opportunities. It is our viewpoint, Chair, that much has to be done around this particular area. On cooperative solution, we strongly condemn or recommend combining RDP houses with housing cooperative. And we believe this will assist on a long-term housing. In terms of our own people's mandate, we are of a view that we have to deal with cartels in construction, and we believe in eliminating cartels, we'll definitely need to have a state-owned companies dedicated to deliver of housing project management and quality assured construction and related services.
Thank you, Mr. Nzimande.
Secretary, Hayi. Akufani kodwa bazwile.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. The next speaker to the podium, following a gracious amendment to the speakers list, will be the Honorable Gotzel. Honorable Gotzel.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honourable Provincial Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. As we debate Vote 33 of the Human Settlements Budget, let us be mindful of the importance of the restoration of dignity that owning a home brings to individuals and families. Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights in the South African Constitution, Section 26, reminds us that everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing, and it also places a responsibility on the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the realization of this right. According to the 2022 census, 88% of South Africans reside in formal dwellings, 8% in informal dwellings, and 8% in traditional dwellings, otherwise known as mud houses. This means that nearly 5 million of our citizens live in a makeshift structure, not erected according to approved architectural plans, in residential areas that do not comply with local authority requirements for conventional townships. They are typically unauthorized and are invariably located on land that has not been proclaimed for residential use, resulting in the loss of property and shelter during floods, as we've currently been experiencing in the Western Cape. Overall, it is important to recognize housing not as an end, but as a means to several ends. Access to housing is not about shelter alone. It also encompasses the following: security of tenure, health and safety, livelihoods and subsistence, learning, recreation, family and identity, culture and community. The Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa recently indicated that the budget of this department increased by 4.4% to 33 billion rand in 2024-2025, and that this budget is the main vehicle to resource the delivery of integrated, sustainable human settlements nationwide. It goes further to say that although the department's budget is set to increase by a nominal average growth rate of 1.6% over the medium term, this constitutes a 3% decrease in real terms. Furthermore, due to fiscal constraints, there is a 3.147 billion rand baseline reduction in the department's budget in 2024-2025 alone, with bulk cuts taken from the Human Settlements Development Grant and the Provincial Informal Settlements Grant, which will likely have a negative impact on housing delivery. When considering that housing is a concurrent function reliant on all three spheres of government for successful service delivery, transfers in 2024 and 2025 to provinces, municipalities, and public entities that implement human settlements programs constitute an estimated 96.6% or 31.7 billion rand of the overall departmental budget. Included in this are allocations to the Human Settlements Development Grant, Urban Settlements Development Grant, the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership, and transfers to public entities. It is therefore critical that those funds are spent effectively and efficiently by receiving agents in order for National to successfully leverage those transfers to address sector priorities. Take, for example, spending of the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, when, taking rollovers and budget cuts into account, only 45% of the total funds available for this grant had been spent by provinces at the end of Q3. The municipal expenditure of this grant was also low, at 31% at the conclusion of the municipality's second quarter, while metro spending midway through the financial year was reported at just 32%, with nearly half the metros falling behind. All of this shows us that there is a problem that requires urgent intervention. It is essential that the department outlines its strategy to ensure provinces and municipalities spend their allocations, and that they explain that the mitigating measures would be to deal with provinces and municipalities that fail to honor the constitutional imperative of Section 26. This will enable Parliament to do proper oversight on the department and provinces. Minister, it is therefore essential that challenges experienced in contract implementation in, for example, the Western Cape, are taken into account. First, the continued threat of the construction mafia and extortion through acts of violent threats, shootings and intimidation on several project sites, which leads to stoppages. One such example is the Gugulethu infill project, which has been closed since March 2022, resulting in the underspending of 244 million rand. The good news is that the DA-run City of Cape Town has now completely taken over the project, which will mean more rapid progress to completion. In fact, in March this year, an additional 11 breaking new ground homes were handed over to qualifying beneficiaries, stretching over 2 sites, Earth 8448 in Gugulethu and Mau Mau in Nyanga. Gugulethu infill is back on track. Another example is illegal land invasions on land earmarked for housing development, which also has a detrimental impact on spending. One such example is the Valmut Penhill project, where over 60 illegal farmers are delaying the delivery of over 8,000 housing opportunities. Phase 1A of the project budgeted for 729 million rand. Furthermore, violent community protests by non-qualifying beneficiaries, such as can be seen in the National Upgrading Support Program project in Mossel Bay, also creates major delays. It is worth noting that despite these shortcomings, the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure has innovatively delivered on its mandate. Between April and December 2023, more than 1,665 housing opportunities have been delivered for the most deserving and vulnerable beneficiaries. In addition to the housing opportunities, the department have installed more than 295 solar geysers as part of an initiative to mitigate the energy crisis to assist indigent households and beneficiaries with disabilities. Furthermore, a total of 2,614 title deeds have been provided to beneficiaries to promote security of tenure and leaving a lasting legacy. The Western Cape Department of Infrastructure achieved 100% HSDG expenditure for the last financial year. The Western Cape has not been flagged as one of the provinces with a preliminary performance below 80%, unlike elsewhere. Despite the aforementioned challenges, the department has persevered. Even in the face of in-year budget cuts, the department remains committed to its goals. In the period between 2019 and 2024, the department provided 46,000 housing opportunities for qualifying beneficiaries in the province, demonstrating our ongoing commitment to providing the people of this province with the opportunities to live safely, securely, and with dignity. In conclusion, the DA-run Western Cape Department of Infrastructure sets an example to other provinces and will continue to deliver housing opportunities despite the shrinking fiscal environment being faced as per Section 26 of the Constitution.
Thank you, Honourable Godson.
I thank you.
Honourable members, just to draw your attention to the fact that there is tea available in the foyer for members. Please don't all leave the house at once, but the debate will continue. Please feel free to go and enjoy a cup of tea as we take the debate forward, listening to the Honourable B. Makamu, the Limpopo MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of the House, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Public Works, Minister and Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, members of the Provisional Executive, my colleagues MECs here, Chairperson and members of the committees, honourable members of the National Council of Provinces, Director Generals and officials, fellow South African, good afternoon. Let me begin by extending my congratulations to the Minister and Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, together with the Minister and Deputy Minister of Human Settlement. I wish them well in their new deployments. This being the National Mandela Month, it is fitting to remember the words of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done," close quote. As we commemorate his legacy, we pay tribute to an icon who dedicated his life to justice, equality, and betterment of humanity. There has never been anyone like him, and his spirit continues to inspire our nation. In celebration of the 30 years of freedom and democracy, we highlight the following strides attained to date. More importantly, under the 6th administration, as we get into the 7th administration under the leadership of Minister Kubai. On the issues of the low-cost houses, for the 2024-25 financial year, the department plans to deliver 4,500 low-cost housing units with an allocated budget of 687 million. In the past quarter, which is the first quarter, 1,062 units have been delivered against the annual target. In line with the ministerial priority to eradicate mud houses, the department aims to replace 500 mud houses with low-cost houses at a cost of 69 million. In the first quarter, about 34 mud houses have been replaced, leaving target of 466. These 500 units as part of the overall target of the 4,555 low-costing housing. Polokwane municipality was the first to be granted level 2 housing accreditation. The department gazetted and will transfer 73.5 million to Polokwane municipality for implementing housing programs. The municipality is currently appointing service provider for the construction of the houses. The post-accreditation technical support will continue to be provided to Polokwane and other level 1 municipalities, Makado, Musina, Thulamela, Lephalale, Vilavila, and Greater Tzaneen. One technical support workshop has already been conducted in Tzaneen, Vilavila, and Makado. In honoring our freedom fighters, for the 2024-25 financial year, the department has planned to construct about 132 housing units for military veterans at the cost of 16.5 million across the 5 districts. In the first quarter, we have delivered already 44 houses. The issue of the removal and replacement of asbestos from the financial year 2022-23 financial year, a total of 1,500 asbestos roofs have been removed and replaced in Seshego. The second phase to replace 755 asbestos has been commenced, with the site handover has been given to the service provider. On community residential units, in order to deal away with the apartheid setting of hostels, we have already committed to complete Marapong. Already 480 wall plates of the 61 blocks have been done. The Chikota project has started with engineering services, and the physical progress is at 15%. The Talani CRU will be completed as the feasibility study, project design and packaging have been completed. The principal agent has been appointed and the project design review is underway. We have started to construct servicing sites of 5,428 for both informal settlement upgrading and greenfields. On title deeds, the department will transfer a total of 1,460 title deeds, different categories, pre-1994, between 1994 and 2014, and the post-2014 and 2019. The service providers have been appointed to conduct proclamation in townships, which will unlock the registration and transfer of the title deeds. On the bulk infrastructure engineering service, a portal of 25 projects have been commenced in various districts. This will help lessen challenges during the implementation of water and sewer reticulation projects in our area. The audit of asbestos, a professional resource team has been appointed to undertake technical assessment of all asbestos roofs on government subsidized units in all local municipalities. In Limpopo province, stage 1 and 2 have been completed in all municipalities, with stages 3 and 4 are in progress. The apartheid spatial planning has left deep scars on the urban and rural landscape entrenching inequality and limiting access to economic opportunities for many South Africans. The legacy of this planning is visible today in the form of segregated communities, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to essential services. The Department of Human Settlement is committed to addressing these disparities through integrated human settlement development. Our policies and programs aim to create inclusive, well-coordinated communities with access to quality housing, education, healthcare, employment opportunities. By prioritizing the development of affordable housing in well-located areas and investing in infrastructure projects that connect previously marginalized areas to economic hubs, we are actively working to dismantle the remnants of apartheid spatial planning and build a more equitable society. In the spirit of Nelson Mandela Month, let us close with the other quotes. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. On conclusion, on this note, I want to express my support for Budget Vote 33 on human settlement. It is on course to improving the lives of the needy and the vulnerable. As the Minister is leading the department, we appreciate your leadership, Minister. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Makamu. We now go to Limpopo's other neighbor, Mpumalanga, with the MEC for Human Settlements, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Mashilo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A very good afternoon to the Minister Kubai, the Minister of Public Works, Deputy Ministers, my colleague MEC, and indeed honorable members and the leadership of SALDA. Thank you, Chair, for allowing us to take part in this important debate. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the debate by the Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Mam Kubai. And once more, Minister, congratulations. As the globe commemorated the Nelson Mandela International Month, this department is joining the rest of the globe to do its part in improving the people's life through quality services. Allow me to quote the former president, open quote, "We need to help to build infrastructure so that Africa can take advantage of the trading opportunities and be given a fair chance to compete in the world economy." This help that the former statesman is alluding should come from all the stakeholders within our built sector. The country has just concluded a successful national and provincial elections in May. As exposed by the Constitution, eligible members of the community has exercised their rights and the results are known to us. Indeed, numbers cannot lie that we got 40% at national, which make us the majority, and in the province of Mpumalanga, we're about 50%. Despite much talk, the people still have faith in the African National Congress, whom I am representing today. Allow me to quote former ANC President Oliver Tambo when he said, open quote, "The fight of freedom must go on until it's won. Until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men, we cannot rest," close quote. Taking a leap from this quote, our freedom as people of Mpumalanga will be incomplete until all our citizens have been provided with resident and integrated services in the form of houses, service land, community hall, childcare centers, entitled deed, amongst others. Before I go further, once more, Chair, let me congratulate the Minister and say to the Minister, always experience is the best teacher. In a way, you understand this department, and this department can make more progress under your leadership and your Deputy Minister, Umama Uthandi Mahamba. Chairperson, I must say, after due consideration and consultation, Mpumalanga has decided to merge both the Department of Human Settlement and that of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which is, we are now working on the modalities to be one fully amalgamated department, will be now known as COGSTA, like other departments have done. For those who may wonder why, the reason is simple. Both departments are delivering both ground and dealing with the same stakeholders while focusing on the structure and integrated development. Therefore, planning will henceforth be seamless and integrated in approach. We have noted that as Department of Human Settlement over a period of time, we have built houses and the municipalities were unable to put infrastructure that make the human settlement not to be complete. According to the recent reports and statistics, Mpumalanga province population has grown significantly from what it was in the previous year to 5.1 million, which is now resident. The province has a mix and urban rural areas, which some being more developed, whereas others are still not developed. Despite in the use of financial spending policy, intervention and infrastructure development, the province has some disparities relating to the access to development. It is against this background that the provincial administration, through Department of Human Settlement before merger with COCTA, has developed a strategic plans and intervention to address these disparities. In terms of the provincial overview, Mpumalanga amongst the province within the fastest growing population with the provincial population growth at an annual average of 1.7% compared to the national average of 1.4%. In terms of the economic infrastructure, Mpumalanga accounted for 7.7% of the national production in 2021, up from 7.3% in 2022. As people continue to migrate to cities for further economic opportunities, thus put pressure on the infrastructure and housing delivery. According to the Minister Kubai, when he said the sector must reconfigure and recalibrate the human settlement system that is capable, adaptive, and innovative, close quote. Previously delivered. In a recently published feature report in one of the mainstream print media house, the provincial government has been focusing on accelerating its infrastructure development to boost economic growth and improve the quality of life for its citizens. Over the past 30 years, the government has completed numerous projects in education, health, transport, and other sectors. These projects include in construction of a new schools, houses, community hall, hospitals, clinics, and various other facilities aimed at enhancing service delivery. As the province of Mpumalanga, we have now embarked in terms of the new project that we intend to do. And that includes some of the mega cities. Nkosi City is one of them. We are now discussing around the Akonuku city in the deep rural municipalities. Our belief is that municipalities that are in the rural areas can be changed and be converted into a proper democratic and a development. The still from Tata Mandela, which once he said, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. As this department, we should not fear to invoke Section 25 of the Constitution on land expropriation without compensation, but we must triumph over it and adhering to existing laws of the Republic. I must indicate, Chairperson, as a province, we have put this matter before the court, where in Gersebande, in Leslie, we want to expropriate this land, and it definitely will test if Section 25, as we understood it, it will assist in the process taking forward. In line with the department's 5-year strategic plan, the following strategic focus areas informed and continue to inform all human settlement delivery targets in the MTSF 2025 to 2029. One, the delivery of proclaimed township to ensure compliance with local SPLUMA bylaws and secure land tenure rights option. Two, accelerate informal settlement upgrading. Three, development of service sites in support of rapid land release. Four, increasing access to affordable rental housing opportunities. Chairperson, it is my considered view that we are all aware of the global challenges since 2008 recession. and by extension, slacking economies which have a huge bearing on budget allocation to departments. We continue to roll out our services to total budget allocated of 1.1 billion in appropriated for department to department for the 2024-2025 financial year under the following funding streams. 1, Human Settlement Development Grant, HDSG, Informal Settlement Upgrading Program Grant, which is known as ISOP, much as we acknowledge the needs and social challenges that continue to be burden communities where our communities need most services. Our approach Mpumalanga to put more services, and this is tested during the campaign, that our people, they need more service land than building their houses, and we're adhering that. This measure of human settlement and contractor, it will assist that municipalities, their milk funds are utilized for this important infrastructure. Indeed, Chairperson, as I move towards the conclusion, now that the dust has settled and the government established and mandate is clear, go out there and deliver. This is what the people of Mpumalanga request us to do. Perhaps one should take leave from the fact that both the ministers and I are returning to the portfolio, while some will prefer continuing. Ours is to grab the opportunities and deliver as expected. Once again, let me congratulate our ministers and deputy ministers for being appointed. Certainly, the services is in the good hand, in their hands. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and congratulate yourself once more, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. We will then move on to the next speaker, Honorable Breed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by congratulating the new incumbents to their positions in both departments. Our initial engagements with the APP and budget was very good, and I have hope that this is not just a case of new brooms, but that there is actual commitment, vision, and dedication. These departments can change a lot for the everyday South African. Both ministers were cognizant of the fact that their departments have had challenges in the past and that it cannot be business as usual. Specific mention was made to EPWP, pit toilets, mud houses, and title deeds. What we need now is clear action to address these issues. What we need, the task at hand is great because these projects have been marred by wrong priorities, incompetent contractors, corruption, and monies ill spent, to name but the highlights. What I wish to see and what I trust will be the focus once we have dealt with the sixth administration's legacy is that there is clarity on what still has to be done, that there are clear timeframes that are realistic and achievable, that the budget has been finalized and will be available, that competent contractors are appointed, and that there is good monitoring of the processes and the progress made. Too often than not, we see tenderpreneurs that do not have the necessary skill sets get appointed to projects to the detriment of South Africans. Minister McPherson, I think it is great that you want to turn South Africa into a construction site. There are many infrastructure projects that need to happen and with haste. Besides the focus areas you have mentioned, I would like to mention three specific aspects I would like focus on. The first is contractors. We need to have a mechanism whereby work evaluated and, should need be, contractors grey-listed from working with government. In Mukaka local municipality, a contractor failed to successfully implement a project. He was evaluated and found to be substandard, and yet this same contractor is being used with new projects. Safe to say, I think the same will happen with these projects. Minister Kubai, I think the same actually applies to your department. Secondly, the maintenance plans of government buildings need to be developed and followed. You yourself said that it is the grace to see the state of these buildings. And lastly, we need to ensure that we have an asset register that is up to date. In Machabeng local municipality in the Free State, there was a need for land for both human settlement and agriculture. But because the municipality's asset register was not up to date, they didn't know of 140 farms that could be used for these purposes. Minister Kubayi, you had said that not enough was done to address the title deeds issue, and I agree with you 100%. In my former role in the other house, agriculture was my priority. We had long discussions about land, the need for land, and whether this be for agricultural or housing purposes. But what we all could agree on was that the right to own and the need to own was important. Title deeds give people security of tenure, and that is so important in South Africa. Honourable Minister, we spoke briefly yesterday in the engagement about the manner in which your department monitors the grants that have been distributed. The Free State has had many scandals and with regards to housing. But more worrisome is over the past 10 years, we have surrendered more than 105 million rand in the Department of Human Settlements because money was not used. This year is the first year in 10 years that we will not surrender funds. But I can assure you, it's not because the mandate of the department has been delivered to. And it's been so bad in the Free State that we have joked around that the department needs to close down because it is not serving the people. Also, as mentioned above, contractors need to be made mention of, and I think you mentioned addressing the construction mafia. These two departments are very critical to service delivery. Honourable Ministers, I will conclude. You have tremendous tasks ahead of you. Good luck, but no, we will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Salga representative, Councillor Huma.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister of Human Settlements, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Chief Whip of the NCOP, House Chairpersons, permanent delegates, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I note that the sitting today includes both Human Settlement and Public Works. Please allow me to begin reflecting on human settlement and proceed to public works and infrastructure. SALGA welcomes the continued commitment by the Minister of Human Settlement to the Freedom Charter, which states that there shall be housing, security, and comfort for all. As we reflect on the 30 years of democracy, it is important to acknowledge the strides that the country has made in the number of housing opportunities provided to the most vulnerable members of our communities. We commend the Department of Human Settlements on that. Although a lot has been achieved in the delivery of housing and the creation of human settlements, the reality is that the housing backlog and other related challenges persist. While the number of housing opportunities provided is commendable, Madam Minister, where the bulk of them are located, which is far from the places of opportunity such as economic, social, and cultural activity risks, perpetuating the historical fragmentation of our cities and towns. Fragmented cities, towns, and villages place a huge burden on municipalities who must now build infrastructure and deliver services at huge cost. We urge you and our partners to accelerate the identification of land and buildings that can enhance our collective efforts to deliver housing closer to where the jobs are. This, Madam Minister, includes investing more in providing affordable rental accommodation. We need to expand investment in social housing. We also need to strengthen policy, regulation, and support for backyard dwelling. 1 in 7 people in the country live in these types of accommodation. When unregulated, this creates all sorts of challenges. However, if properly regulated and supported, they can help reduce the backlog while allowing small-scale entrepreneurs to enter the residential property market. The unlawful occupation of land is a particularly big risk at multiple levels. It requires a very sensitive balance between ensuring the right to shelter, particularly within the context of the history of land dispossession and exclusion of many from accessing the opportunity of our cities and towns. This must be balanced with the rule of law and must avoid strangulating municipalities' ability to proactively drive socio-economic development in their areas. SALGA welcomes the review of human settlement white paper, which will lead to the reviewing of Housing Act and the Housing Code. We welcome the consultation process in stakeholders requested more engagement. We appreciate you and your team for allowing that. Some say democracy is expensive and time-consuming. Opening yourself up to the multiple voices will result in a robust product that we can all collectively own. Just remember to drive the accreditation of municipalities to play a key role in the delivery of integrated human settlement. Integration is at the core of municipal plans, and housing goes a long way to improving or limiting this. Intentional investment and support for municipal accreditation, therefore, remains essential. We know the country's economic outlook and the tough fiscal environment that has led to budget cuts, which is quite unfortunate. We as a sector commit to work with you to ensure that we maximize on the limited resources that have been made available. We call upon you and the department to work with us on an intentional local support program to help the municipalities who receive part of this budget to spend and plan wisely. Regarding the emergency housing grant, we appreciate your acknowledgement of the difficult environment within which we operate. We have seen an increasing number of natural and human-induced disasters. Various other social and economic difficulties have led to the need for emergency housing. The amount allocated to this is worrying. Even more importantly, municipalities are complaining that centralizing of the management of the emergency housing grant has not worked in speedily responding to disasters and emergencies when they arise. We invite you to engage with key stakeholders, including local government, to review and strengthen this. Turning to public works and infrastructure, the department remains the biggest custodian of the government property and land. While SALGA knows the progress made in redistributing land to needy citizens and transferring of land to municipalities for development purposes, the pace is slow. Furthermore, the process seems to be quantitative in nature and less concerned about the quality of land being redistributed and transferred. The emphasis must include both the qualitative and quantitative aspects of land. SALGA has promised that local government will work with the department regarding illegal occupation of departmental properties in major cities across the country. One of the major issues to be resolved, Honorable Minister, is the debt owed by department to municipalities. We urge that this challenge be addressed as a matter of urgency because of the knock-on effects on financial stability of municipalities and the ability of municipalities to pay their own utility-related debts. Local government through SALGA has been consulted on the policy development of the expanded public works program. However, some of the major concerns about the program remain a challenge. The differential between the national minimum wage and the EPWP wage creates difficulties for municipalities that are part of the program through their own budgets and projects. The expected role of EWP as both a social net employment enjoins all stakeholders to ensure its success, both qualitatively and quantitatively. SALGA continues to applaud the efforts of the department through the Council of Built Environment and its affiliates to professionalize all disciplines in the built environment. We have already signed a memorandum of understanding with the CBE and some affiliates in this regards. The challenge remains that the quality of workmanship in many infrastructure-related projects remains questionable at a huge cost to the state, with little or no consequence for those involved. Consequence management is an integral part of the value chain for professionalization. We are ready and willing to work with the ministry and department in pursuit of professionalization of the sector. I thank you. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Huma. On the same note, can I request that next time when you come to the House, please try and observe the rules of the House. When you speak, please switch on your video so that we can see your beautiful face. Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable T.A. Seamus, the MEC of Infrastructure in Western Cape.
Thank you very much. House Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, and members of the Portfolio Committee, National Ministers of Human Settlements and Public Works and Infrastructure, also the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, my fellow colleagues, members of the Executive Council who have joined virtually from across the country, Directors General of Human Settlements and the DDG, honorable members of the NCOP, chairpersons and members of boards and councils and entities. Mahatma Gandhi once famously said that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Close quote. Honorable House Chairperson, this is embodied in the commitment of the Western Cape government, which I represent here today, which seeks to provide a service delivery noteworthy, which its citizens can be very proud of. Therefore, my provincial Department of Infrastructure, which also includes human settlements, will be driven through 5 focus areas for this term. Firstly, prioritizing infrastructure for maximum impact, supporting municipal infrastructure, fostering new and innovative private sector partnerships, innovation and future spanning, and crucially, given all the rain we've had over the last 2 weeks, responding to climate change. But Honourable House Chair, due to the House constraints of this august House, I will only reflect on one of our 5 focus areas, namely prioritizing infrastructure for maximum impact. Now, we are focusing our resources and efforts as a provincial government and department on developing and improving infrastructure projects that will have the most significant impact and widespread benefits for all of the communities in the Western Cape. This involves economic growth by investing in infrastructure that boosts local economic activity, such as transport networks, which is a key driver of our provincial economy, but also in industrial hubs, which we envisage to create not just much-needed job opportunities, but also to stimulate business growth, formal and informally. I'll make some examples of what we have done building up to this moment. In Malmesbury, we have a 540 million rand bypass road, which already is earmarked to create nearly 220 jobs. It is already on track to create opportunities for 37 SMMEs. But above all, this project is a 7-kilometer road project, which we will believe is on track to be concluded by the end of 2025. And I will invite our relevant national minister for that opening as well. Added to this is the N7 refinery interchange, which we recently completed in April 2024, which is an integral part of our provincial government's long-term development of the N7 corridor in the city of Cape Town, plus ensuring that we break down the spatial apartheid legacy by integrating the transport nodes within the city of Cape Town itself through this specific project. This was a 250 million rand project. We created 534 job opportunities for local community members in the area. I think most importantly, we empowered 57 SMMEs in the entire lifespan of this project. Again, it ended within budget, on time. Honorable House Chairperson, but we've also come to realize that all our projects, whether they be from the infrastructure component or the human settlements component, the social benefits of which our sector contributes just through this one focus area makes a massive improvement in the quality of our people's lives through the healthcare facilities that we erect, the schools we are now constructing in under 60 days, but also the public spaces we are providing through human settlements to not only support the well-being of our citizens, but also to ensure that we develop our communities as a whole. As we are commemorating or are close to the end of Mandela Month, what my department and I have committed to is not just 67 minutes or Mandela Month. We have committed actually 67 days of good citizenship, as we call it, as a ministry and a department. And we have put this challenge to all our provincial departments. And I'm doing now so through to my two national ministers and their departments. And what we have done, Madam Chair, is we need to acknowledge that there are certain areas, even within our own province, which does have needs. One such area is Blue Downs, and we went to the Malibu High School, where this is a school that did not have the computer laboratory that is needed in this age to ensure that we create opportunity for our children in that community. So we, as part of our first day of the 67 days of good citizenship, actually built, created, fitted, and handed over an entire computer lab, all of this within a record time to ensure that for Mandela Day. But because you understand that for our assets to last within this province, the local community needs to also take ownership of what we hand over and deliver for them, which is why, as part of our commitment to the school, we're also now including the entire community in partnership with the City of Cape Town, noting that we will be facilitating a recycling, solid waste, and environmental awareness session with them later on in the month. Again, we want our community in the Western Cape to take ownership of that which we deliver for them. But, Honourable House Chair, it would be amiss of me not to speak about prioritizing infrastructure maximum impact without acknowledging the recent inclemental weather we've experienced not only in the Western Cape, but also our sister provinces in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. But our province has experienced numerous extreme weather occurrences since 2022, significantly impacting all of our infrastructure negatively, especially more so in human settlements, the formal and the informal components, but also our transport sectors. Now, Honourable House Chairperson, infrastructure is designed and constructed to withstand certain stress levels based on past experiences, data, and in our case in the province, we also use future predictions when we design our infrastructure. However, when severe weather events occur in close succession, it exacerbates the vulnerabilities of the infrastructure which we envisage to develop. We've also now recently seen that saturated areas that do not have sufficient time to dry out are particularly highly at risk. And this increases the likelihood of further infrastructure failure for these communities, again, formally and informal communities. So we do, as much as we welcome the expedient declaration of a provincial state of disaster by the National Minister Tlabisa of Kokta, however, as a provincial department and government, we are wary of a repeated non-committal stance by the National Treasury, as we saw 8 months ago in September 2023, when we had similar floods in our province. Yes, we got the disaster declaration, but guess what? No funding followed the declaration. Instead, as a department and our sister departments, we had to reprioritize from within our own budget. We had to change infrastructure planned projects and programs to actually address a component of the destruction left behind by the disasters of September 2023. But the most recent floods is on a scale second to none, the worst in the last 3 years. 50,083 structures have been affected up until the 17th of July, affecting 162,419 people. And my question now will be through you, House Chairperson. We have seen the disaster declaration. Where is the funding which this province so much needs? And again, I would like to I would again like to make my call, seeing that my National Minister of Human Settlements is here. In terms of Emergency Housing Fund, the Western Cape believes in the decentralization of that fund. We also have the support of 2 other provinces for that, calling for this as well. For your department to work, Minister, you need our support just like we need your support. We are in this together. And by decentralizing this fund, we do believe to competent provinces, such as the Western Cape, we have proven we have the capacity, we have the expertise, but I think above all, we have the commitment to manage these funds responsibly and effectively. Honorable members, as I conclude, as the Western Cape, we are willing to lose ourselves in the service of others. It's now upon your provinces to start doing the same. Through the Government of National Unity, we are proving that South Africa can be steered on the right track. Infrastructure, tangible and intangible, plays a massive role in that. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Department of Human Settlements actually shapes that future. And it's how we work together to ensure that the impact of GNU actually does materialize over the course of this term. And as we focus on the future, our National Minister of Public Works said he wants to see the entire country turn into a construction site. Honorable Minister, our province is ready. We have project pipelines for each of the sectors within the infrastructure sector. So we heed your call. Now we challenge you to take up our call. Come look at our projects, fund it, ensure it happens. But above all, let's take all of South Africa forward together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. I now call upon Honorable Preza.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for human settlements as there exists a lack of clear and achievable targets in this department. We also reject this report because at the center of human settlements are some of the most serious backlogs in the provision of housing to the poor and the working class. Chairperson, South Africa is currently sitting on the verge of a housing disaster, as there are currently over 2.5 million families in need of housing. This housing disaster is made worse by the fact that a large group of our people are excluded from benefiting from the government housing schemes because they earn more than the required amount that would make them qualify for housing subsidy. There also exists a far-reaching divide between the affluent areas and the townships which are poor. In Steve Tshwete, the RDP houses in 128, Riabota, Ward 18, Avalon, the human settlements there, and Ward 17 leave a lot to be desired. The same can be said for some RDPs built in townships and rural areas which still have asbestos roofs. Instead of a provincial department removing these roofs, they have allowed municipalities to continue putting geysers on top of this asbestos, making cracks and people susceptible to diseases born out of asbestos. Chairperson, we also note with concern the failure of providing houses to victimized families in disaster-stricken areas of Dr. J.S. Moroka and Nkoma's local municipalities, following the disaster which took place in 2022, which left the people displaced. A proper procedure to guarantee the houses and people affected by the disaster get the necessary attention in terms of the allocations has not been put in place since 2022. The provincial government concerned has also showed complete disregard for the affected residents of Dr. J.S. Moroka and Nkomas. We therefore reject a budget of a department which has demonstrated a lack of coordination between national and provincial governments, including government houses and agencies. Chairperson, the EFF strongly believes that the state should deliberately build spacious housing in a sustainable human settlements with flushing toilets and facilities such as sports ground, libraries, recreation centers, roads, and all public infrastructure. Therefore, perhaps at a level of MINMEC and in the spirit of cooperative governments, you might have to discuss these issues. The government must establish social housing in each department, and there can never be a proper provision of housing without the land. The EFF believes that there should be a process on land distribution on an urgent basis. The economic freedom fighters, whose starting point is access to land, is the most urgent need for the sustenance of democracy. Any democracy built on landlessness is doomed to fail, because without land, the majority of our people cannot legitimately claim this country as their own. In South Africa, the land must be under the custodianship of the state. The state must take buildings not occupied or used for any productive purposes and get people into these spaces. The department must be able to build internal capacity to build own houses for their own population so that they can restore dignity in terms of Section 10 of the Constitution. Chairperson, there are no tangible reasons that have convinced the EFF to support this budget. While the report outlines various targets and indicators, many of these are either overly ambitious without clear implementation strategies and cannot be effectively monitored and evaluated. The proposed cuts undermine the ability to achieve the key outcomes, particularly as it relates to the areas of informal settlements, upgrading social housing, financial assistance for home ownership. The budget presented also does not provide critical areas such as economic transformation and the creation of safe communities. There is therefore a need for a more balanced approach that will ensure development which will address the pressing needs of our people. The department must also zoom into the serious circumstances confronted by the people with visual impairment and the blind. Their houses must meet the requirements for their disability in terms of building a fence around the house and the robberies they are encountering. This budget does not address any of the problems we have highlighted. It provides no departure from the stagnant approach to the housing problems adopted previously by the ANC government. The EFF therefore rejects the budget vote. Thank you very much.
I now call upon Honorable Chomo, who will be joining in virtual.
No, thanks a lot, Chair. And let me take this opportunity to greet the ministers and congratulate them, both of them, and also congratulate the deputy ministers who are part of this session. But also importantly, let me greet everyone who's part of this session. Honorable Chair, thanks for this opportunity to participate in this crucial policy debate on budget vote 13, public works and infrastructure. As we gather here today, our country faces significant infrastructure challenges that hinder our economic growth and development. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that our priority infrastructure development that benefits all South Africans. We continue to recognize that much work needs to be done to address the backlog on infrastructure development, particularly in rural areas, such as here in Mpumalanga province. As we debate this vote, I call on our government to continue to prioritize infrastructure spending that benefits rural communities. We must ensure that our infrastructure development is people-centered and responsive to the needs of our citizens. These include investing in rural development, addressing the urban-rural divides, and promote inclusive growth. Honorable Chair, these require a streamlined project implementation, reducing bureaucracy, and promoting collaboration between our national, provincial, and local government through the TDM model. The budget vote before us today presents an opportunity to address our challenges heads-on. I commend the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure. I commend the Department of Public Works Infrastructure for their efforts in allocating resources towards critical areas such as rural bridges, social infrastructure, as well as capital infrastructure projects. Honorable Chairperson, the baseline of maintenance of state-owned buildings is inadequate to make a significant impact on maintenance backlog in relation to this. Mpumalanga is prioritizing the disposal of all non-core fixed property assets, which are overburden on our maintenance budget. The cost of maintenance and administration of these assets far exceed the income generated from rental collection. That said, we have taken the heed for what the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure has said in this regard. We are going to identify state properties that can be used for the accommodation and offices for government departments. Honorable Chair, I want to also concur that our government is currently paying exorbitant amounts on property rentals, which is a significant drain on fiscals. However, I am proud to announce that the Mpumalanga provincial government was able to take a proactive step to address this issue. The province has invested in building the parliamentary village, a state-of-the-art facility designed to accommodate our members of the provincial legislature, the MPLs. The visionary project is nearing completion and promises to yield substantial savings on rental cost. Upon completion, the parliamentary village will not only provide a comfortable and secure environment for our MPLs, but also enable us to redirect funds previously spent on rental towards more pressing developmental needs. This forward-thinking initiative demonstrates our commitment to fiscal responsibilities and prudent management of public resources. By building for the future, we are ensuring that our government resources are utilized efficiently, effective, and in the best interest of the people of Mpumalanga. As we consider this budget, Honorable Chairperson, I want to emphasize the intricable link between industrial and capital infrastructure projects. As Mpumalanga province, we have seen firsthand the impact of investing in infrastructure on industrial growth. Our province's strategic location and natural resources make it an ideal hub for industries such as mining, agriculture, and tourism. However, to fully unlock our potential, we believe that we must continue to invest in supporting infrastructure such as roads, railways, and energy generation, as this budget prioritizes the development of these critical infrastructure projects. This will enable industries to thrive and create jobs for our people. Honorable Chair, as we consider this budget vote, we should be cognizant that our country's economic growth and development depend on our ability to invest in infrastructure that support industrialization. As industries produce from the mines to the ports, from the farms to the factories, infrastructure remains the backbone of our economy. Investment in infrastructure creates the foundation for industrial development, and as industries grow, they drive demand for more infrastructure, creating a cycle of growth and development. This budget, by prioritizing both industrialization and infrastructure development, shows the commitment by our government to break the cycle of poverty and inequality. We are optimistic that the budget that will drive sustainable economic growth in our province and create opportunities for all South Africans to have access to decent job, quality infrastructure, and a better life. Honorable Chair, Mpumalanga's unemployment rate is at 48.1% because of the prevailing socio-economic factors. We are cognizant of these challenges, and we are steadfast in our resolve to mitigate these through effective, holistic, and sustainable interventions. One of these interventions is the expanded public works program known as EPWP, which continues to create work and training opportunities for the unemployment. The EPWP remains the backbone of creating employment for the youth. Through our youth professional program, Mpumalanga tends to place 200 technical graduates with respective professional firms and contractors that are implementing our various infrastructure projects. The process of creating a provincial database of such graduates will be completed before the end of August 2024. Therefore, we call upon the private sector and our BEE firms to create placement for these graduates. Honorable Chairperson, it is with great pleasure that I indicate that the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market project is nearing completion. The progress the department has made is a testimony of our commitment to delivering infrastructure that drives economic growth and development. This project is a significant achievement showcasing the province's commitment to investing in critical infrastructure. The market will provide a vital platform for farmers to showcase and sell their produce, ultimately benefiting the community and contributing to the region's economic development. As the handover and operationalization phase is currently underway, the market promises to become a hub of activities connecting producers, suppliers, and consumers. This milestone highlights the government's dedication to fostering economic growth and development. The successful completion and operationalization of this project will have a positive impact on the province and our economy, demonstrating the multiple effect of capital infrastructure projects and paving the way for future initiatives that drive growth and prosperity in Mpumalanga. Honorable Chair, infrastructure governance demands a clear strategy and institutional framework to promote robust coordination across levels of government. The district development model provides us with a streamlined approach of how we should facilitate integrated planning between the three spheres of government. In Mpumalanga, we have reviewed and updated the provincial infrastructure master plan to focus on agreed special and development priorities for the period until 2060. Chairperson, let me close by quoting Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate in industrial policy and economics, who said, quote unquote, investing in infrastructure is investing in the future. It's investing in the productivity of the economy, and it is investing in the well-being of our citizens. As we consider this budget, let us heed to Professor Stiglitz's words and recognize the transformative power of infrastructure development. Let us prioritize investment that will drive growth, create jobs, and improve the quality of life for all South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. I support the budget vote as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. We now move on to the next speaker, Honorable Kavenda.
Thank you to the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Minister of Human Settlement, Minister Kubai, Minister of Public Works, Infrastructure, Minister Dean McPherson, Deputy Minister, Honorable Sisha Sikalala Kuzeni, Chairperson of the Chief Whips, ladies and gentlemen, as in Carter Freedom Party, we approach today's budget vote with the belief that there is no secure future for any segment of society while another remains disempowered. Hence, we are appealing to the Department of Human Settlements and all stakeholders to commit to finding innovative and sustainable development approaches that will help address the challenges of homelessness. There is a need for a long-term approach in dealing with the creation of sustainable human settlements as outlined in the National Development Plan. We call upon the department to curb illegal land grabs, which not only slows down provisions of services to settlements and disenfranchised people that have patiently awaited developments, but also put land grabbers in danger in cases where they occupied land that is unsuitable for human settlement and the provision of services. As we start with the 7th administration, we call upon the department to deal with the poor alignment of the built environment functioning between the three spheres of government. As IFP, we call upon the department to find lasting solutions to the issue of transit camps and temporary residential units, since living conditions in most of these sites are inhumane. As IFP, we don't only focus on problems, but we offer possible solutions. In this regard, we propose the following. 1, implementation of a rent-to-own scheme by developing low-cost housing programs with the private sector with an ownership provision. 2, roll out serviced sites for self-home building available to communities, forums, as well as stockpiles. Honorable Minister, over decades, there has been no coherent approach to the planning, regulation, management, and development of land. Responsibilities are dispersed across different agencies of government, sowing the seed of confusion and conflict over scarce sites. With regard to public works, we call upon the department to address the significant challenges facing the construction industry that comes in the form of the construction mafia. These illicit networks initially surfaced in KwaZulu-Natal about a decade ago. Their influence has since expanded across all provinces, resulting in significant losses to the economy. We hope and believe that we adopt this budget. Public Works will develop strategies to deal with this challenge, since construction as a sector has an inherent capacity to generate additional economic output and create sustainable jobs, particularly for the low-skilled and semi-skilled workers. The integration of infrastructure development functions must be reconfigured so that EPWP workers are not only employed for a short term. There must be skills transfer that will enable people to find sustainable jobs going forward. We must improve supply chain management and enhance internal controls to prevent fraud and corruption. We further recommend that this budget be used to prioritize the maintenance and upgrading of existing infrastructure and repair damaged water and sewer infrastructure, and invest in modern technologies to improve the efficiency of our water systems. Honorable Minister, societies that have done better in managing crises are those that are characterized by a high degree of trust between citizens, business, and government, which reflects in standards of governance. Social cohesion is intrinsic to sustainable growth. As we move for the adoption of these budget votes, the IFP calls for intergovernmental coordination amongst the three spheres of government to make things work in the best interest of ensuring human dignity through the provision of decent housing infrastructure. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Honorable Brits. Brits.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Chairpersons, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, good day. Against the backdrop of financial constraints in the budget, a continued search for new, innovative housing models, building technologies, funding structures, and community participation initiatives to keep improving the quality, affordability, and flexibility of housing options is imperative to lower the burden on the fiscus. The DA believes that every South African family should have access to adequate shelter and supports an interpretation of Section 26 of the Constitution, which requires that such right must be progressively realized. Honorable Minister Kubai, in order to alleviate the pressure on the budget, the pressure on the department to address backlogs, and to increase fiscal space in the budget, the DA presents the following practical and innovative proposals. 1, housing options should make greater use of the energies and commitment of the poor, rather than seeing them as passive recipients. Previous delivery has failed to lay a solid foundation for a more inclusive society and has tended to trap the poor in new urban ghettos, far from work opportunities. 2, the human settlement policy cannot be separated from its immediate and related context, particularly issues of densifications and economic opportunity. In this regard, the budget is the vehicle to achieve these objectives. The proposed budget falls short of adequate provision in realizing these goals. 3, state resources can be freed up to service the most vulnerable and the poor, and ease the burden on the fiscus by encouraging market-based solutions for housing provision in so-called gap markets, as well as self-help initiatives. 4, through the appropriate mix of fully subsidized housing, self-help initiatives, in-situ upgrades, site and service schemes, as well as housing schemes, the needs of specific beneficiaries can be addressed. The use of flexible subsidies to allow users more choice in the manner in which the housing needs can be met. An approach of one size fits all proved inadequate, impractical, and is not cost effective. 5, the housing backlog can be addressed faster if the private sector is allowed greater scope to become involved and to develop innovative models for housing delivery and affordable housing developments. Honourable Minister McPherson, we note that the Departments of Correctional Services and the Department of Defence owes your department a total of approximately 8 million rands in rentals and arrears. This is unacceptable and we expect you to take action. Honourable Mabebo of the ANC, it may come as a shock to you, but clearly you did not receive the memo. South Africa now has a government of national unity. And we note that your opening statement contradicted the president, which is a shame. We must guard against the statistics as using statistics as drunken man uses lampposts for support rather than illumination. The proof of the impressive statistics you mentioned will be in the delivery thereof. Honourable Twabo from the Eastern Cape, I was an alderman councillor in the Sarah Baartman district municipality that you've mentioned until a month ago. And I want to say to both you and Honourable Makamo, to repeat the same ideas over and over did not yet produce any fruits in your provinces. Big actions do not come from big words. Your residents now demand results. Honourable Mutara, I'm going to pause and interrupt myself. On a different note, you mentioned people flourishing in Gauteng. Apparently, you might know, where do one get the best deals on new Maseratis? Honourable Makesia and Keza from the EFF, I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday. I've heard a lot of great and brilliant and constructive inputs and ideas in my life, but again, not today. But I look forward to your next attempt. Honourable Nzimande from MK, listen carefully now. There is nothing wrong with your argument that rethinking cannot cure. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, in conclusion, we echo the words of Minister McPherson. Let us join the project to rebuild South Africa and to turn our country into a construction site. Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon Honourable Mulukume.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by greeting the two ministers present in this meeting, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, MECs, honorable members, Salga, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, before I can start with my debate, I just want to indicate to this August House that we had an ample time to engage with the two ministers in our committees, and there were some questions raised and some answers provided to members. So I'm a bit worried, Chair, when members come here and they oppose to support the debates here. And I don't know whether we do understand that opposing this vote, what does it mean? Do we mean we don't want to take services to our people? Because if this vote is not passed here, it means we don't understand why those people voted for us. So Honorable Chairperson, I want to also talk to Honorable Breeze because I suggest that, Chair, you must organize the workshop for him. I understand that yesterday he didn't even understand the budget vote that we were debating here. So the only thing that is good at is just to criticize. So we are not here to criticize, we are here to work. The main purpose of us is to take services to our people. So workshop is needed for you, Honorable Member. So I will propose that even in the program committee meeting so that we have another induction for members. Minister Kubai, the reason why as the ANC we are supporting this budget is because the APP that was presented by you and also the other minister for public works, it really shows that there's a onale you really have you really as the department your APP talks to the challenges that were raised in those committees, and your plans really shows that whatever challenges that were raised in all these 9 provinces, you are going to deal with it. We agree that it might not be done in one financial year, but the budget that were allocated in this department, it really shows that matata they will be addressed even if addressiwa ka ngwaga o mo teng. Chair, construction and infrastructure development are the key drivers for implementing the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Therefore, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and its entities have a crucial role to play in ensuring the implementation of the economic construction and recovery plan to ensure inclusive economic growth and job creation. This is also largely as a result of the fact that construction to the built environment and infrastructure development are the core competence of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan seeks to reverse the historic injustice of the apartheid past through ensuring inclusive economic growth and development as well as job creation. It also seeks to reverse the historic legacy of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusion for the majority of South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, the budget policy vote for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure comes at a critical moment as the department has made important progress to reverse the effective of state capture and corruption. Also made important progress to implement the transformation policy of the ANC government in the 6th Parliament. Critical areas need to be highlighted in order for the government of national unity to build on successes which have been laid and to ensure that the policy and programs of the GNU are delivered and are within budget. The department is a policy department that has entities which are implementing agency. In the past, the entities of this department were pledged by a number of issues, and currently the entities has stable boards which ensures good corporate governance and financial controls. In the past financial year, the AG report reflects that the department and most of its entities receiving unqualified report. This shows that there's an improvement. Only one entity, which is property and trading management, has got the qualified report, but it has improved from the previous year. In order to achieve the policy objectives of the government, the department has 5 programs relating to government immovable properties. I think the MEC of Limpopo has already alluded to this point. Construction and the built environment. Other programs of the department includes administration, intergovernmental coordination, extended public works, property and construction industry policy and research, and lastly, the prestige program. There's been a decline in the budget of the department, which means it will need to achieve more with less financial resources. There is no room for fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditures, as there is a need for qualitative and impactful spending. The creation of infrastructure South Africa in the department means that the department has an important role to ensure the delivery of infrastructure projects with the presidency and national treasury. As the ANC, we welcome the allocation of 585 million to ensure the development of pre-feasibility and feasibility studies aimed towards the implementation of infrastructure project. We also welcome the fact that infrastructure project in the form of Welili's Seaway Bridge, I hope I'm calling it correct, building project has already commenced, and we believe this program, which is aimed towards providing rural communities with access to social services, educational facilities, jobs and markets, will make a considerable impact in addressing rural infrastructure challenges. Without these bridges in the rainy session, it will be impossible, for example, to access schools and health facilities. Honorable Chairperson, the development of the oceans economy is a key priority of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as this will economically benefit coastal communities and ensure the development of small and medium fishing and cooperatives, as the Department of Environmental Affairs has already been issuing fishing licenses to those communities. These small harbors are also tourist attractions, with the hospitality industry also benefiting. The refurbishing and development of small harbors has already occurred, with the 13 harbors in the Western Cape, and the government invested about 500 million in this project. This project created about 925 jobs and empowered the local SMMEs to the value of about 116 million. The department must continue with the development of small harbors programs. In the last financial year, the department commenced with a pre-feasibility study to develop small harbors in Port St. John's and Port Alfred's. This project will enable the development of the ocean economy for the local communities and enable inclusive economic development and job creation in historically disadvantaged areas. These harbors also have the ability to ensure the development of agro-processing zones in the seafood sectors, and this must be part of the integrated approach adopted to the development of small harbors. Honorable Chair, the department, through its entities, the PMTE, is responsible for the immovable assets of government, it must enhance the value of property for government. This entity has improved during the course of the 6th parliament and much more improvement in the functioning of the entity is required to improve the value of the property and its income potentials. Its audit outcome in the past financial year has also improved, and further improvement is required for it to achieve an unqualified audit in this financial year. However, there are a number of problems which afflict the entire the entity, such as the lack of maintenance of government property and ensuring that it paid rentals by government department and entities. The IDT has historically played a critical development role in ensuring infrastructure development in communities. The IDT has over a number of years had difficulties with has been resolved in the 6th Parliament and repositioned to engage in development projects as it has historically done. It is imperative that government ensures that financial stability and viability of the IDT through ensuring that it is able to engage in infrastructure development projects. Honorable Chairperson, land reform is critical for revising apartheid spatial planning and reform. And the role of the department is critical in this regard, as the process has already commenced in terms of making state land available for spatial development and for the development of small and medium-scale black farming. An integrated approach needs to be developed between Department and Human Settlement and Department of Land Reform with Public Works to ensure that housing development and agriculture development occurs. As the ANC, we welcome the fact that much land has already been distributed, and this needs to become productive in terms of development. The department is intending to release more land to ensure development in the current financial year, and process is critical as land empowers Black in communities economically and improves their lives. Chair, we acknowledge that there is much work to be done and much to be achieved to ensure the transformation and community and create inclusive economic development. Job creation is critical to create better lives for all and improve quality of life for our people. And as the ANC chair, we really support this budget vote. In fact, the both budget vote that was presented. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Before I call upon the Minister, I just want to bring it to the attention of the House, Honorable Members, that rules does not make provision regarding the taking of the pictures or videoizing the speaker whilst on the floor. However, conventions requires that members should not conduct themselves in a manner that is against the decorum of the House, and therefore taking of pictures in the House is not permissible. We'll now move on to the next speaker, honorable members. I'm inviting the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister McPherson.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And what a fascinating debate it's been, Because on the one hand, there's been inputs, there's been suggestions, there's been constructive positions put forward. And on the other side, there's been individuals who have offered very little to the debate. Honorable Badenhorst asked a very good question about what are we going to do to get the money that is owed to the department by other departments. Well, Honorable Badenhorst, I'm going to engage my colleagues in Cabinet and we're going to see how we can take the process forward. But of course, if we don't get money, then we can't provide services. So if needs be, we may have to take further steps, but I think that we can find each other in that space. But we're going to need the support of this House to do so and to make sure that we are paid rightfully what is ours. The Honorable Skeer Kokel tells a story that is very evident across towns in South Africa about crumbling infrastructure and about public buildings that don't work. And that's why we're going to have to take the tough decisions about how do we generate money that we can use to fix public assets so that they can be used for public good. It's very obvious that PMTE is one of the biggest threats that face our department, and we must make sure that it becomes its own property company so that we can take good financial decisions, we can implement good internal controls and subject it to corporate governance. EPWP is a crucial aspect of our department, but we need to reimagine it. We need to make sure that people are able to come out with skills that they can use and climb up the opportunity ladder. I want to say on the war on pit toilets, I want to thank the House for the support. Maybe that's the one thing that you all agreed on. But it's going to require the assistance and the involvement of the public sector and the private sector. And this week, I'll be meeting with the Minister of Education, and we're going to start setting out and mapping out a way to do that. I want to thank the MEC from Limpopo for the great work that they are doing up there and the support that they are saying, but you must clap for the Western Cape and I'll talk about them. That's why I spoke about them first. And I want to say that, the work on ensuring that they have a reliable asset register is absolutely crucial, and we must make sure that we're able to do the same thing, and that I support all measures to look after and maintain public buildings, and that we're able to be proud of the buildings that we have across our country. Minister Simmers, let me say I'm inspired by the work that the Western Cape is doing to take infrastructure rollout across the province and to build up a pipeline. And that's what we need to see in every province and in the country, and I look forward to being on site with you as we go forward. House Chairperson, the EFF had a lot to say about schools and about construction. In 2019, their leader said that if they were going to build a school, they said they were going to build a school, and if in 5 years' time that school was not built, then people must not vote for them. Do you know what, Honorable Mzamo? That school is not built.
Members,
That school,
Order, honorable members. Can you allow the speaker to conclude his speech? Honorable member, order.
that school was not built in 5 years' time, and that's why they lost votes, because the public don't trust them. And imagine if they were in national government, they wouldn't even be able to build one school, not 10 schools, absolutely nothing. So we can thank the gods that they are not in power. And just when we wondered about what the MK's contribution to this debate would be, they said that we must deal with cartels. And I agree with them. And I'm going to ask them if they can speak to the cartels and stop them from hijacking our projects, if they can stop them from breaking our projects, and if they can stop them from taking them over, because we know that the MK is very, very close to the construction mafia, and they are funded by the construction mafia. So if you can do that job for us and speak to the cartels, we'll be able to build a lot more in this country, and we'll be able to get a lot more done. So I want to thank you, House Chairperson of the NCOP, for the opportunity to address today, and I look forward to coming back in the future.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Members, order. I now call upon a Minister for Human Settlement to come and address the House.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me appreciate honorable members for the inputs and concrete suggestions and also feedback about our work. I agree, Honorable Kaunda, depoliticization of human settlements remains critical. That's why our commitment is to be able to do a digital platform where it's transparent and we can be able to account. No councillor, no mayor, no one should be able to manipulate the beneficiary system, and that's why we want that digital platform. So that is supported, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we will present a detailed plan in terms of the title deeds. We have agreed that we'll work together with Operation Vulindlela to turn around the situation. Last year, we introduced the title deeds Friday as part of responding to the challenges of issuing of title deeds. Within that 3 months, we were able to see more than 20,000 of the title deeds issued. We do think that this is one of the critical areas that we should be able to work. We're also looking at options of setting the price, because currently the price per conveyance is quite huge and it is unsustainable for us. Honorable Simas and Salka, Councillor Huma, spoke about devolution of the powers of emergency. I do not agree. And I'll say this, we took the powers because provinces and municipalities were not performing. Currently, we have a difficulty of provinces and municipalities not even performing on informal settlements grant across the country. So before we can talk about devolution, let's talk about performance. Let's put systems together so that we can be able to respond. We're willing to be accountable. And the reason why we did this, and we've explained, I'll take this back again into MINMEC so that we can have more discussions there. I don't think we're not willing to open the discussion. But the fact that when you go, for example, in the city of Cape Town, councillors in the city of Cape Town has appreciated and supported this taking of powers because they've seen the turnaround time in response. So there's a different response from communities and there's a different response from politicians and departments in the provinces and municipalities. And I'm going to leave there. Councillor Huma, on the accreditation, we've changed the accreditation system. In the new accreditation, we've seen the accreditation of Buffalo City. We're waiting for Minister of Finance to finally sign into accreditation level 2. Polokwane has received their letter because it was an IP that was outstanding. So there is quite a lot of work that is being done, but it's not free for all. There's accountability once a municipality has received an accreditation. We will evaluate if they don't perform, we'll take it back. If they're doing well, they will increase. So we just want to make sure that efficiency, there's effectiveness in the system. With the white paper policy that we have issued, honorable members, it's one of the areas that we're improving in terms of the response, efficiency, time, but comprehensive in a sustainable way. So that's what we are doing. There are quite a number of things that were raised and we'll deal with them as we go. I will not be able to deal with them here completely. For example, the issue of gap market. We do have flexible subsidy. We provide first home financing, honorable member. We provide social housing, we provide BNG, we provide service houses, but also now with the policy review, we're looking at rent to own. So there's quite a lot of variety in terms of your missing middle, but also. So the issue of gap market, when we look at it, and we've met with the banks, the people who are earning between 22,000 and 30,000 currently do not have anything that is provided for them in the country, whether commercially or public. And that's what we must respond to. And that's one of the issues that we're paying attention to. And therefore, the state has to come in and intervene. On the issue around Honorable Bretts, you made a reference to MEC Makam. Actually, it's one of the best performing MECs currently in the last financial year. So let's get the facts, look at the grants, look at the performance. I mean, when he came in, that department was not doing well. We worked together, put in support. and turned around the Department of Human Settlements in Limpopo. I'm proud to say on output and also on spending, because others you find that there's spending, but there's no output. So with Limpopo, you find both. So it's one of the things I thought when you reflected on him, he's not claiming, but he's doing. The last point, honorable members, when it's not broken, don't fix it. Improve and run, improve on the efficiency. We've learned in the past few years that we have been in government on what we need to do. We are empowered by our experience to be able to accelerate. That's why we are comfortable to say there shall be security, comfort, and dignity for our people. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister Kubai and Honorable Minister McPherson, and as well as our Deputy Minister Zigalala. We thank you so much for availing yourself before the House, and we once more want to take this opportunity and wish you well in your endeavors as you discharge the constitutional mandate that you are expected to transform the lives of the people of South Africa. That then concludes the debate and the business of the day. I'd also like to thank the MECs for availing themselves as well for such a crucial debate, and all the special delegates as well as SALGA representatives. The House is adjourned until tomorrow, 14 hours. Thank you.
Recording stopped.